Good deal. Good evening and welcome all. We will call to order this May 19th, 2022 regular meeting of the College Township Council to order. If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Staff, did we receive any public comments about anything not on the agenda prior to the meeting that aren't already in our consent agenda?
No, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody in attendance have anything that they wish to discuss with council that is not on this evening's agenda? Seeing nor hearing none. Does any members of council have any new agenda items to propose for addition to this evening's agenda? Seeing nor hearing none. Move on. We have two special presentations this evening. The first is SP1, Nittany Terrace Lane, Development of Regional Impact. Tom Songer.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you. I'm here representing three property owners. I'm a registered professional engineer, and I used to do consulting engineering work in the center region. Now I concentrate on development projects of my own, and including office buildings and subdivisions and so forth. So anyway, this tract of land I'm going to discuss, I've owned for quite a few years, and the portion of the tract is zoned forest, where these three lots were created from. The land right adjacent to the three lots is zoned R1 and is in the regional growth sewer boundary. So what we did was we created three lots. One lot was 3.81 acres, one lot was 6.15 acres, and the third lot was 7.21 acres. The 3.81 acre lot and the 6.15 acre lot were sold to Tracy and Chad Longenecker, and the 7.21 acre lot was sold to Margaret Preston. In order to do that, I had to go through soil testing because the only way that land could be developed was with on-lot sewage. Unfortunately, Ms. Longenecker and the Prestons couldn't be here this evening, but we did meet earlier in April with Adam and Lindsay and others to discuss this request. So I'll just try to keep my remarks short. But I personally believe, thinking back, why do we have a regional growth boundary agreement? And I think that's important to note that back in 2006, as I recall, we were concerned, the Center Region was concerned that they would run out of sewer capacity. The UAJ treatment plant has a treatment capacity at that time of 6 million gallons per day, and we were approaching 5 million gallons per day of actual sewage that was being treated. So the thought was, well, we better control where growth can occur with public sewers, and hence the regional growth boundary agreement evolved from that. Today, I'm pleased to say, you probably are aware, because you get reports from Corey Miller at UAJA, that with the beneficial reuse program that UAJA has implemented since 2006, they have more than 10 million gallons of capacity, and on an average day, there's about 5 million gallons of sewage that's treated. So sewer treatment capacity is really not a problem. But basically, we still have to deal with this regional growth boundary agreement if we want to have sewer service outside that boundary. Okay, so basically, the agreement does provide for opportunities that are de minimis, that's mean minor technical corrections and so forth, and that's one of the ways I think Council could address this particular request. Section 6 of the regional boundary agreement talks about the process and general action form when it's not required. And what that says is that basically each municipality, what I would recommend it say is that each municipality that has land outside the regional growth boundary but is contiguous to the regional growth boundary can allow a development of up to 10 homes to tie onto public sewage at their discretion. I believe it's important to note that most people would welcome the opportunity to tie onto public sewer when it's available. Here again, as an engineer working in the center region for many years, we always tied onto public sewer when it's available. I think consideration should actually be given to repealing this agreement. If the main purpose of the agreement was to control growth outside a certain boundary line, I don't think that's needed anymore because there is plenty of sewer capacity. Furthermore, you control growth really through zoning, and that's the tool that should be used. So I really don't think there's any reason to keep that agreement in effect. But again, I realize that needs to be discussed and considered before the whole COG general forum. So this is just this evening a beginning of what I would perceive to be a discussion going forward. Again, the amendment to me to allow up to 10 homes at your discretion, I don't see what that can hurt. A typical home uses by UAJA standards, an EDU is defined as 175 gallons of water usage per day. Actually, the water usage in the center region on a per home basis is around 130 to 140 gallons a day. The reason why it's lower than the 175 is that because the state building code actually requires all new construction to have water conservation devices. You can't buy 5-gallon flush toilets anymore. They're all 1/2/8 or less. You have to have shower head restrictors and things like that that are just common sense that result in people using less water. These particular 3 lots are served with public water, okay? So the water line is up there. I just installed a fire hydrant so that people have good fire protection up there. Public sewer is about 200 feet away, and the owners of the property, they want to start building their homes hopefully later this year, and they would like to request that public sewage be provided to them. By not having to do on-lot sewage, they save a lot of ground from having to be torn up. You usually are going to impact a half an acre of ground to put it in an on-lot system. And they could utilize that ground for other purposes, be it small farming plots, gardening, things like that, or reforest that area. So there's a lot of positive things that come out of being able to tie onto public sewage, not the least of which is not having to worry that someday your on-lot system may malfunction. So anyway, that's basically our request, and I'd be pleased to try to answer any questions that council may have.
Great. Before we go there, staff, anything to add to Mr. Songer's presentation?
Well, a little bit of the conversation that Mr. Songer had alluded to that we had had in April, and the conversation essentially was that even though the distance from existing sewer is probably 220 feet away, and even though that rationally sounds like it makes a lot of sense for a variety of different reasons, the real problem that we have and the council has is that the sewer implementation agreement stipulates that a process for considering extension and expansion of sewer service outside the existing sewer service area. And because of those regulations, because of the agreement that we are a signature to, we need to actually go through that process. So as we stand here this evening, the only avenue available in concert or in consideration of the existing agreement that's in place in order to include these areas is what is called a development of regional impact application. That would be a series of evaluations that are described within the implementation agreement and the DRI process that the applicant would need to complete. The applicant would need to return to the host municipality, in this case College Township. You would review that information, and then you would make a determination as to whether or not, based on the information provided to you, whether or not this was something that you as a council would in fact support. If in fact that's the case and you would support that, yeah, and Lindsay, correct me at any point that I go astray.
I'm following along.
If in fact you would support that, then it then goes to the center region and it goes into the center region process. And Jim May is here on the meeting this evening via Zoom, who could probably speak more in depth to that. But the point that I simply wanted to make is that the existing regulations that are governing these types of situations are presently in place, and in order to accommodate the request this evening, it would need to be a DRI application. So I just wanted to make that clear for council.
Great, thank you. So at this point, you touched on it. It starts with the host municipality supporting. If not, it's pretty much dead in the water.
Right,
Correct?
and the reason for that is that in order for a change to be effective at center region COG, 5 of 6 municipalities need in fact to support that expansion of the growth boundary. And Jim, I know that you're on the call and listening, perhaps you can answer this, but one of the requirements to get to the center region process is that the host municipality must be supportive of the expansion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Adam. Yes.
Thank you, Jim. So, yeah, you're
Understood.
absolutely correct.
Understood. So I think Mr. Songer's attendance here is looking for some guidance on whether the host municipality would support such an application for the development of regional impact. Is that correct?
Well, that's true, but to go through this DRI application, we got to hire a consulting engineer, the applicant does, and this is very labor intensive, probably going to cost several $1,000s. I mean, at the end of the day, what's unique about this request is the applicants can actually put in a system, an on-lot system to serve their homes. Generally speaking, I believe there again, the agreement, the regional growth boundary agreement process was put in to address issues where perhaps a developer wanted to develop land outside the regional growth boundary, and he had to have public sewage in order to do that. That's not the case here. The subdivision's been approved, it's been recorded, I've sold the 3 lots. Think of this more like if one of these lots, and there are 3 lots already built upon up here, and they all have on-lot systems. They were done by another developer, not myself. But anyway, think if one of those lots had their system malfunction, okay? And they came to you with a request to tie onto the public sewer because it's right there. How would you treat that situation? And since Jim is online here, Jim, was I correct in what I stated? The only reason we have this regional growth boundary agreement was primarily because we thought UAJA might run out of sewer capacity, and the thought was everything within this defined regional growth boundary had a right to have sewer service, and therefore the first obligation was to those people before anybody outside this regional growth boundary line which all municipalities had the right to comment on and determine where that would be. But that's the reason why we have it, was because we thought we were gonna run out of sewer capacity. That is no longer the problem. As a matter of fact, in this particular case, I did contact Corey Miller, the UAJA Executive Director, and I asked Corey if UAJA had the capacity and would serve these 3 lots, and he answered in the affirmative, he would.
Right,
So-
we have that.
All I'm saying is, I don't mind going through a process, I don't mind having discussions, but I think everybody has enough information here to make a common sense decision, without having to spend a lot of money on consulting fees that really isn't gonna change anything, from what I've said. And if I haven't explained it appropriately, or you have questions, certainly, you can ask me.
Hey, can I request that we put the attachment in the special presentation up on the screen so that we can know what we're talking about, separate lots and things like that?
And can we turn it 90 degrees so that we,
Actually, yeah, rotate it, yes. So,
I have-
yeah.
Jim May, did you have any follow-up to those comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry, I probably have a little bit of an unstable connection here, but one of the reasons was, for the sewer service area, was because UAJ was having capacity issues. The other reason was that it's used as a tool to manage growth outside the growth boundary. And the last 3 comprehensive plans, residents have indicated they want to keep that growth boundary and service area as a tool to keep low-density development outside the growth boundary and higher-density development inside the growth boundary. And this is a case where you have 3 lots that have been subdivided and approved for a non-lot system, and they don't really qualify as high density, so they should be served, as far as we're concerned, at the staff level, by on-lot systems, and they've been approved to do that. And every time you expand the growth boundary, the next property owner over says, well, why can't you expand it for me? So I think it kind of starts setting a precedent of doing this. And there also is a process that Mr. Saunders needs to go through in order to request an expansion.
I think that's a key point. There is a process. There is no common sense exception to the process. Is that correct, Jim?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So,
If the council supports it, you could direct him to prepare an application for us. And we can review it.
and the other thing I think Mr. Songer is suggesting is potential modifications agreement. Am I correct that would require a unanimous vote of the member Center Region municipalities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're required to review that implementation agreement every 5 years, and we're actually going to do a review this year, about a year earlier than we have to in order to prepare for the comprehensive planning process that we're starting to go. So by the end of the year, that agreement should be updated, and we can try to address some of Mr. Saunders' issues if he wants to get them in front of us. We'd be happy to do that.
Great, thanks. At this point, I'm going to go around the horn with council because, again, at this point, the key thing that is within our control is whether the host municipality would support, should Mr. Songer submit a DRI application. So we'll start with the vice chair here.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Thanks for coming before us today, Mr. Songer. I appreciate the predicament you're in. And I do agree that your request is minor. I also think that UAJA agreeing that he has capacity for 3 units, I should hope he has capacity for 3 units.
Yeah, for that tight.
So while you went to that length, I don't know that sways me much. Because so I do disagree that the sewer service area is no longer necessary. UAJA's capacity is still and will likely always be limited to some degree, and the sewer service area absolutely helps us control sprawl.
which is again consistent with our comprehensive plan. We have had requests similar to this in the past, and Adam, help me understand the difference. The difference was they were within the growth boundary, but not within the sewer service area. I do recall people coming to us with similar requests.
We
Or is
have
it when they are no longer able to use?
Yeah, in essence, well, there's a couple of things. The example that Mr. Songer had provided where existing on-lot systems had failed and those would be outside of the growth boundary, those are more regulatory authority issues than they are issues for College Township Council or municipalities to resolve.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about those, because that's a different
Yeah, that
avenue.
would actually, that's actually more of a DEP
Exactly.
situation.
Mandate.
I'm thinking more along the lines of a single home, for instance, that is, I'm thinking of one out, Old Bullsburg?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had those, that was a situation that actually, where that was located
Within the growth boundary.
Harvest
That's
Fields, the church, is that what you're talking about?
No,
No.
this is actually
In
a college.
college.
a single home within the growth boundary, within a neighborhood, all hooked up.
Yeah, it
but
was an older
not-
home
yeah.
that had been developed around, but had never been
Attached.
connected
Okay.
to sewer. That is correct.
Okay.
But that was already within the growth boundary.
Right, and,
The-
go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, the only other scenario that I can distinctly recall is where we dealt with the Everhart farm. You may recall that, out on Whitehall Road. We had about 167 acres that was immediately adjacent to the existing growth boundary. And that boundary would have been bordered by the current, what's known as Everhart Village today. And the farm fields immediately adjacent to that. And that was the situation where that was outside of the growth boundary, and council on several different occasions contemplated the potential for making a request or supporting a request for that to be included in the growth boundary. Although that was more of a second step as they were kind of moving through a potential development scenario.
Right, and that was, if I recall, an order again to control sprawl to help that become a more densely developed area in a certain spot on that lot and keeping it away from the wellheads,
Yeah,
which
there-
again was protecting, that was, I do feel like that was an isolated,
That was an ag,
Situation.
it was an agricultural, I forget what we call it, but it was an ag residential. Within the agricultural zoning, we provide for.
one house every acre.
Right, but we also provide for, if you will, a clustering of homes on a more condensed portion of property. And so, and I'm.
Conservation subdivision?
Yeah, it may have been an agricultural conservation subdivision.
Okay.
And that would be the situation that you recall.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That helps solidify, because it was that one off of Old Bullsburg, right? Off of Old Bullsburg that I knew was pretty simple and just what you're talking about, Mr. Songer. Yep, this makes sense. Unfortunately, I, at this moment, do not see these qualifying in the same way.
Okay, Dustin?
Yeah, Mr. Songer, I appreciate you coming in today. Thank you. Yeah, and so, I initially, when I first read this, I was like, oh, yeah, much to what you're saying, this is an easy, sure, let them hook on, what's better. And I appreciate your comments, too. We can use that land that we would be putting a sewer system in for something else, right? However, I'm sort of on the fence at this point because I do appreciate the comments that have come forth too about, why the growth boundary exists, about the density of housing. Things to consider just as a point, right? I mean, there's 20 acres below this that you fully intend on developing that's out of forest, right? Out of forest zone. So that can be developed into, what's the acreage? Half acre?
I
Yeah,
guess
it can be.
Quarter an acre, yeah, so you're gonna have a lot of density down there. So, think about why the regional growth boundary exists, right? To ensure density, to ensure capacity for density housing at a quarter of an acre on 20, on 20 acres, just below that, just south of that boundary, right? So I'm sort of on the fence. I'd like to see what the rest of council thinks.
Good deal. Thank you. Eric?
Yeah, Tom, we've been down this road before. Since you brought it up, I do want to repeat what Carla said, and I think what Jim said, just for information purposes. The growth boundary is in place for more than just the sewer service area. I mean, Carla mentioned it and Jim mentioned it. It's a very useful tool in managing growth. You can have forest and ag land outside the growth boundary that still can be developed. But without public sewer and public water, the likelihood of it being developed or densely developed is drastically reduced. So, it's not just about the sewer service area, and it's not just about whether, I don't believe whether Corey has capacity, because Carla's right, I hope he has capacity for 3 units. The other part that I'm a little upset over is I believe we're being a little disingenuous here when we offer up the example that, well, gee whiz, if they're forced to do on-light sewage and it fails, what are you going to say? That's not a fair question. Most of the failing on-light systems that we've dealt with here recently were built 40 years ago or 50 years ago. Most of the modern ones are pretty safe, to be honest. However, having said that, this is a little bit different. I'm a big fan of the growth boundary and the sewer service area and public water all being one because of the power of planning. In this particular case, they already have public water and it's already in the growth boundary. So despite my difficulty.
It's not in the growth boundary.
Oh, it's not?
That was the difference, yeah.
Then how do they have public water?
Let's go to the, that was
Yeah,
my question.
the
It was the Lamont water.
authorities are not a party to-
Okay, then it doesn't really matter, but it helps me understand and possibly leave the window open for supporting it, because water is one of those two tools that we use to prevent sprawl. So, I mean, I agree with Dustin and I agree with Carla, but the fact that they already have public water at least leaves the door open for me for consideration, depending on what we say here, because if it didn't already have public water, then I think for me it'd be a very easy decision. But then under those circumstances, I would almost encourage the 3 lots across the street to become applicants too, because it would seem if we're going to support extending public sewer to those 3 lots, why not to the 3 lots on the east side of the street that are already developed, right? Those are the 3 that Jack Mitchell sold and developed? The ones you were talking about?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you said they have public water, but also don't have public sewer. So, I mean, if I was gonna support this, I'd wanna see all 6 of them have public water, if I were to support them.
Right.
But I still support the process. We have a process in place, and I don't wanna get ahead of the process. If the process requires a request, and if the process requires a DRI, Development of Regional Impact, then I'm not in a position to say we should waive that, even if we had the power to do that at this point, because I think that piece of information that comes in the DRI would be helpful to us in making the decision. I totally understand and sympathize with the fact that the DRI road is costly. But it's the process right now, and I don't know that we are in a position to go around that process. So my comment is I leave the door open for considering it because there's already public water. And that horse has already left the gate, and it's already marginalized the value of the growth boundary, or the value of what we're talking about as an ad hoc growth boundary. But I'm not interested in, at this point, trying to get a process going that changes the process, because I kind of like to see what the DRI would say. It stinks that it costs thousands of dollars or whatever it takes to get it done, but somebody at some point required it, and I'm not in a position to discount it at this point without at least hearing from those who required it. So I'm open at least to
Yeah,
considering it.
good comments, good comments. Paul?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my primary questions, was about the public water. Thank you, Mr. Songer. I have a real quick question, maybe it's for Adam or Jim. Are there precedents for successful DRI exception requests in the other municipalities through this process?
Well, there have been DRIs, development of regional impacts, that have been approved, not without controversy, which you alluded to earlier. But yes, they have, in fact, soon after the sewer service area regional growth boundary was established, in fact, I think the meeting after that particular action was taken by the COG, there was a DRI application that was approved by Center County PAWS off of Trout Road in College Township, because that property was not included in the growth boundary at that time.
Right next to
It was
UHA.
right, yeah, and that was essentially.
They could have figured out a way to
So
tap it.
there are others as well, and I think Mr. Songer successfully participated in some DRI applications as well that were approved. The process over the years, as Jim can tell you, has evolved, and it's gotten a little more complicated in terms of meeting the standards that are required as far as all of the documentation that is required to put together a development of regional impact application. Because I can assure you that it was essentially an ask and a vote by COG when we originally dealt with Center County PAWS requests. But that process has evolved, it's become more complicated, and in some cases, some might say it's become somewhat onerous. And again, there were all reasons and rationales for why it evolved in that fashion.
Sure.
That's a very long-winded answer, but the answer to the question is yes. It's happened.
But there is no process for an exception to the DRI process.
We, at the
No,
moment, we
and I
do
wasn't
not.
suggesting.
Okay, okay.
No.
Just wanted to confirm, because.
Yeah.
Can I get a
no.
clarification on that before you go on that
Sure.
specific point? Because I think it's important, because I heard Tom say,
The common
Alright.
sense, yeah.
Mr. Songer, I thought I heard him hint that the DRI was originally set up as a requirement for requests that, oh, this is outside the growth boundary.
Yes.
Correct.
And so it would be assumed that it's outside the growth boundary and you didn't have water and sewer. So that there isn't,
Sewer.
that loophole doesn't exist.
Correct. There is no process for an exemption. Jim May, please correct me if I'm wrong. There is no process for an exception from the DRI process.
That's correct.
Very good.
That's
Thank you.
correct. And
Thank you.
the process, yeah, it was set up to be difficult, so
Yeah.
everyone agreed to make it difficult.
Yeah. I was clear that we were not in a position to act unilaterally. That wasn't
Yep.
my question. It was
Correct.
more like, what are the precedents for this and how do they work? You know, in addition to having public water, another thing that caught my eye, Mr. Songer, was the assertion that public sewer has a lower carbon footprint. Do you know to what degree that's quantifiable? Is there?
Well, when you think about what it takes to put an on-lot system in, it takes heavy equipment that burns diesel fuel. And yes, it takes a backhoe to dig a trench to put a sewer line in too, but it's far
Okay.
less work, far less equipment and labor expenditure to put a sewer line in like we're talking about than it is to put an on-lot system in.
But not on an ongoing basis, just that
Initial.
initial. Okay, that was my
Once it's in,
question.
once it's in, it's in, and what was stated is correct. I mean, we have 2 sites on each lot that's been approved and tested. And we wouldn't expect, and the system as it's being built, the on-lot system, it's inspected. And so we wouldn't expect that on-lot system to fail, but sometimes things happen. And one other comment that's actually in the regional growth boundary agreement, which is part of my letter, says the center region municipalities agree that developments outside of the regional growth boundary and sewer service area served by on-lot sewage disposal systems are a regional concern. So that's part of the agreement. As I stated before, you control growth through zoning. And so your zoning has done exactly what you wanted to do here, in the sense that we have 17 acres of land. I could have applied for rezoning to perhaps R1, but I didn't do that, so I worked within the confines of your zoning ordinance, and we have 3 large lots. Some people would look at that and say it's a terrible waste of land, but your zoning, that's all it allows us to do in that forest zone. Now that we've complied with your zoning requirements, and you can only do 3 lots, and it's in the deed, these lots can never be subdivided, my clients are asking, why can't we have public sewage? And we do have public water. So the agreement that currently exists, what it did say when it was adopted is, each municipality that has land outside the regional growth boundary and sewer service area is authorized to expand the regional growth boundary and sewer service area by a maximum of 50 equivalent dwelling units, not to exceed 12 acres for a period of 5 years from the execution of this agreement. Well, I would ask, obviously, when this was drafted, the people who signed on to this must have been thinking that perhaps we're going to get requests similar to mine, and that you would have discretion, if that was in your municipality, to approve up to 50 EDUs, but not to exceed 12 acres. I don't know what the 12 acres has to do with anything. But anyway, that 5 years is long gone,
Right.
and it just seems to me that this must have been talked about or thought about, and I'm not, it doesn't matter to me if you want to keep the regional growth boundary, but I did ask that question, do we really need it, in the hopes that we generate discussions like we're having right now. But at the end of the day, we should, I believe, say to ourselves, because we know what we're getting here, 3 lots, shouldn't we encourage those owners to be on the public sewer system? Because we know, you know around here, when a system malfunctions, you're not always going to notice it because we're in limestone country, okay? But we did the testing, everything should be fine. But all I'm saying is, the regional growth boundary, I think, was a tool meant, as was stated several times here this evening, to control growth. Okay, and it's worked fine. But now you know, again, what you're going to get here. It's not going to change. And why shouldn't we be asking ourselves, why can't we have public sewer service here?
And that's not a question we can answer tonight, because it's not
Yeah.
within our power to do so, because as you state, a decade ago, that exception expired. So I guess what, I'm just asking, what would be in the DRI that might be compelling enough to address that regional concern, which you started off your comment saying? So, I don't know what that might be. I mean, you mentioned that there's already public water there. I was thinking the carbon footprint, but then again,
Traffic
if you.
impacts,
Well, Lindsay, do you have that list of what the requirements?
Oh, that would be
the
helpful.
components in the DRI are required to be?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are 8 or 16.
I'm hoping 8.
These are the questions you have to answer. Are there locations inside the regional growth boundary that could support the proposed development? If not, explain why. Does UAJ have capacity to serve existing developments inside the regional growth boundary and the proposed expansion?
Yes.
Please provide a letter from UAJ authorizing, documenting capacity. Have on-lot septic systems or other methods to provide sewer service to the property been explored? Why are these not viable methods to dispose of waste? Are there any potential adverse public impacts of the proposed expansion? How will they be mitigated based upon the items in section 5, subsections 2 through 4? Is the expansion contiguous with the existing regional growth boundary? Do changes in local or regional population or land use forecasts warrant an expansion? Explain how these changes necessitate the expansion. Are there adjustments or changes in the specific location or direction of growth and development and that warrant an expansion? Explain how these changes necessitate the expansion. And last, are there changes resulting from goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan or local planning issues that warrant an expansion? Explain how these changes necessitate the expansion.
Can you read the last one again, please?
Are there changes resulting from goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan or local planning issues that warrant an expansion?
Okay.
So basically, all those requirements, I believe, were meant to address a situation where a developer wanted to develop land outside the regional growth boundary, but he didn't have any approved plans like we had, okay? And so it's understandable that, you can request that kind of a study and information. But this is different, and because we already have approval and no plans recorded, we're just asking for the right to tie on to public sewage.
Yeah. I think I have enough information. I will say that even if you get us to agree, you're going to have to get 4 more
Oh, yeah, I know.
municipalities. So, that's just the reality of the situation. I do worry, like you said, about, well, if we do these 3, what about the other 3? And then, and so on and so forth. But, I'd be interested in seeing that. I'd be interested in, taking a look at the DRI request. So, that was
As I
my
understand
comments.
it, it's 5 out of 6 now, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, well,
That's
I'm
correct.
saying if we agreed, you still need 4 more.
We would be one. We have to be one.
Yes, we have to be
We have to
one.
be one, and everything, so.
That was my
Good,
comments.
thanks,
Thank you.
Paul. Okay, the big things, I love having these discussions and being able to go last sometimes, because you guys do such a great job that I just have to reference back to some of the stuff. I absolutely support that the regional growth boundary and sewer service area is one of the tools in our planning tool bag, and I think it needs to stay. It's been shown to be effective in growth management and to reducing sprawl and everything. So with that said, and the fact that it's not upon us or anybody really in the center region to make an exception to the DRI process. So that's what we're at. And then looking at this specific project, there's a couple things that come to me. Public water was a big one for me. The second one is the support in the comprehensive plan that sewer good, on lot bad, and everything, and that has it in it. And then the final one is this, I really think this is de minimis. We're talking 3 EDUs. If we were talking like we were with Everhart, the deciding point in Everhart was the Red Cap report that said we have plenty of regional growth area and stuff, and that's what drove us. And the irony of that, and I've shared this with Adam, I've mixed feelings on that because College Township is hurting for R1.
Right.
And we put our regional hat on in that. And it's a regional report, it's a regional comprehensive plan, it's a regional and everything. If we were acting solely in the interest of College Township, we probably would have approved at least part of that parcel, or
At least the upper
supported, we would have supported them moving forward with the DRI process. And that's similar to what you're here to do. So for me, the other part of it is, you know, we've talked about the expense of the DRI process. That's really the applicants to make the risk assessment on whether they're gonna be successful in it. We're the first step, and we need to say, you know, before you start spending money, if we don't support, there's no reason to spend any money and everything. And so I'll just tip my hand. I do have a lean towards supporting the request, but absolutely following the DRI process. So I'm one vote, one vote.
Well,
Go ahead.
I agree. In fact, Tom, I agree with much of what you said. In fact, if you go through Lindsay's list there, you know, the DRI is not going to get you on any of those things because it's already, we're already building on there. I mean, the only thing questionable, I guess, is the land will obviously perk, at least we think it will.
Yep.
So you don't have that.
There is
It's already been.
Go ahead.
There is an approved, the land development plan was approved with a note indicating that lots 2, 3, and 4 will be served by public sewer. So all of those tests passed. So there is
On
capacity.
lot. On lot.
Oh,
On lots,
that's
yeah.
my
Yeah.
note.
Right, and that actually brings up another point to my de minimis. It's already in the deed that it can't be subdivided.
It's already what?
In the deed,
It can't
that
be
it can't be
subdivided.
subdivided. So we're talking
And-
three.
And that even goes further to that point is, as Tom noted, yeah, we control it with zoning, but zoning still allows for development. But in this case, we're at the max development. So this particular request is not going to increase development. So it really just comes down to the philosophical issue that we have all struggled with, and that Jim mentioned, well, if we do it here, what about the next one and the next one? Because I don't think moving, you know, extending sewer service is going to have a sprawl impact here because of everything else that's happened first already.
Right.
Are there lots south of that can be developed, or does that get into conservancy of property or prison property?
Yeah, this is kind of a terminal situation.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, or maybe staff knows, I'm not sure who the owners of the property.
There's other properties, if you're familiar with that area, Struble Road goes up and turns to the
Yeah.
right. That comes
Struble goes
in
up around.
behind the triangle piece there. Actually, you can see.
Yeah.
This is
Thanks for orienting me. Yeah, Struble Road's actually more
There's homes
south.
up there on large lots. Here again, I believe your forest zoning really protects you from seeing any kind of urban sprawl up in that area. In addition, anybody that wanted to do anything outside the forest zone would have to come for a rezoning, and that probably wouldn't go anywhere. So this is, I realize this is different than anything you've ever seen. And as Jim mentioned, they're gonna start working, I guess, towards looking at the regional growth boundary agreement. And the growth boundary agreement's like any agreement. You have to see how it works, how it's performing, and then maybe you tweak it somewhat. I would encourage you to think about, perhaps in situations like this, as I indicated in my letter, that you could make a call if it's less than 10 dwelling units, but certainly nothing large that could impact other things in the center region. But as you indicated, and it's true, you don't have much R1 land available for development. I don't see any for sale signs around the center region of developable land, and we all know that there are many people that perhaps would like to live in the center region, but their choices on lots that might be available are very limited, and most of those lots are very expensive lots, and you know that's the way we've gone. So I would welcome the opportunity to work with the Land and Infrastructure Committee of COG relative to this current agreement and at least give them my thoughts if they're looking at amending that agreement going forward. But, if you.
So for this evening, again, we're right back where we were.
I
Go
had
ahead.
two more
ahead,
quick
please.
points. I also agree that we probably, separate from this, at some point, whether it starts in the Lucy Committee or whatever, we need to revisit the agreement. You know, the thing about I remember when we put this together and left the 5-year window open for cleanup, things that didn't, because then every 5 years you go back through this process again where people make the requests. The last thing I want to say is, while I agree with much of what you say, I got to pick on a couple of things that you say. And the second one is, I think you got the cart before the horse when you talked about, you know, the forest zoning up there. It's zoned forest for a reason. It's on the side of a mountain. It's away from the infrastructure, whether it's public sewer or whatever. So I think we did the right thing up there. I don't think you can have this kind of development in forest and then come back to the township and blame them because the infrastructure is not in place and it needs to be in place. You know, that's kind of backwards thinking. I don't blame you for saying that, but I just had to take issue
Well, I'm
with
not
it.
blaming anybody for anything. I'm just saying, to me, this is an opportunity to work together and provide the best sewer service to these 3 lots. The other thing about this land being forest is the majority of this land is really more agriculture than it is forest. I mean,
The lower part.
it's tillable land, okay? It's not all forested land. As a matter of fact, all 3 building sites where the people are gonna build, it's open field.
Right.
And I've been paying Ed Maxwell for a number of years now just to, you know, mow it and keep it presentable. But there are some tree lines along the property lines that will be preserved. And, but really the majority of this land is tillable agriculture.
Whether it was zoned forest or ag.
Yeah.
It's the same
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
It's there for a
Sure.
reason because it's away from the infrastructure. I'm intimately familiar with the parcels.
Yeah.
I watched the deer come out from the forested section into those tillable fields almost on a regular basis. So that's all I have. It's still
Okay.
open. I'm open to
Understood.
to
So,
considering it.
so I had allocated an hour for this discussion, right? If we're not in a position to give a lien, then I'm gonna suggest that we need to bring this back as an agenda item, a future agenda item, to have this a more ingrained decision. If we're comfortable giving a lien, an indication, I don't think we're taking any formal action this evening or whatever, but it gives Mr. Songer an inclination of council's thinking, and I think you heard it through the comments here. My peers, lovely, are not shy to share their thoughts, which is awesome, and they do so respectfully, professionally, which is even more awesome. So, thoughts on, are we prepared to give an inclination?
I mean-
Or bring it back, or do we need to bring it back as a future agenda?
Are you asking for my inclination if I have one?
Well, you don't, not the second, but which of those two?
Oh, I have an inclination.
Okay,
Yeah, I have an inclination.
okay,
Me, I do too.
okay.
A yes means we can,
Well, I've heard leans that we can provide Mr. Songer some
I've
feedback.
heard no deal breaker, if
Okay.
that's what.
yeah, I would, yes, I have a lean, but I'm not at all opposed to pushing this for further discussion if it means we can get a unanimous lean.
I don't know
agree.
you're gonna get one.
Yeah, I don't think that,
I'm-
and
and I'm-
that's
and I'm
not a
open
requirement.
to more
I understand.
discussion.
So, let's, again, we're not taking
Okay.
a formal action and stuff, but you indicated you had a lean. I shared mine first.
Oh, I mean, I shared mine in the beginning. I'm not in favor of this at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I was on the fence. I was in favor initially, on the fence. I'm back in favor, and I would just comment that I think being on municipal sewer is better. And Eric's comment to point out that you're already on public water. You know, I think you should align that.
Well, I mean, are we giving comments or are we just giving liens?
No, comments are fine.
Okay, I mean, the public water to me, I just wanna ask the manager, how many properties are outside the sewer service area that are on public water?
That adjoin that
That are
adjoin the
immediately
region,
adjacent.
that are
Well, just-
immediately adjacent to the
There,
regional growth.
there are more than just a few.
Yeah, right. For me, public water is not, it was never used or supposed to be drawn. When they make their decisions to hook up to public water, it is not with growth control in mind.
That's absolutely true. A lot of not all, but a lot of decisions are made with respect to fire protection in mind.
Yep.
You know, there's a variety of reasons why public water is oftentimes offered as opposed to public sewer. But control of growth is not specifically an area or criteria that is addressed by public water.
Right, and then I'll also say that when Mr. Songer sold these are they been sold?
Yes, I
Yes.
said they were.
Yeah.
Sold these properties, I believe everyone should have known and been informed that they are not within the sewer service area nor within the growth boundary, and therefore they will not be hooked up to public sewer. And I don't see why then now, to me, this is I don't like to use the slippery slope excuse, but to me, that can be a development tactic, used again and again and again.
It could be potentially. The two things that I would counter to that is the deed restriction on the subdivision, number one. Number two, to say that a plan says that it's gonna have on lot and therefore it can only ever have on lot is not a good argument, because look at what State College started as to what it is now. A lot of those old plans said that they will have, you had to do it, that was the only option you had. So as the sewer service area expanded, then they got added on to it and stuff. So to make that stance that, well, the lot says, or the plat says that it has to be on lot, then that's all it can ever be.
I just
Isn't
don't-
no, you're absolutely, but.
Yeah, no, and I hear what you're
yep,
saying. I
yep.
just don't think it's a reason to move the other way
Sure.
either.
Sure, again,
Yeah.
you know, for me, it's the de minimis nature of it, the the deed restriction is a huge thing, in that for me, because we are preventing growth.
Thanks for letting me have my comments.
You bet. Anything else, Dustin?
No.
Okay. Eric?
Yeah, Carla, I used the water thing to leave the door open. Not to say I'm comfortable with this, because there are things I'm uncomfortable with, and you named one of them. You know, the property was sold with the understanding it has online septic. So, you know, why does that become our problem? However, there are factors like the water and some that Rich mentioned that that are gonna allow me to lean towards leaving the door open and reserving the right then to not support it if the DRI comes out and says we shouldn't. Now, that's gonna look a little funky, you know, if we support it moving forward, but what a choice do we have? So that's what I'm open to. I'm not particularly happy with the process, but the circumstances at least leave the door open for me to lean towards supporting the request.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah, I mean, I'm solidly, at first I was against it, clearly, but then the public water, you know, I appreciate the tool to manage growth. I mean, I think we need to keep that in place, there's no doubt. I don't know that these 3 lots impact that. I think that is de minimis, to your point. I'm really interested in what the environmental advantage of hooking into the public sewer versus an on-lot might be. If it is 200 feet, and that would be the thing that leaves the door open for me. What would be the environmental impact or the safety impact of it? But I can also appreciate the fact that it was bought with a certain set of criteria, and now we're changing it. So, yeah, I mean, I would love to see what the DRI says, but I will underscore again, even if you get us to say yes, there's gotta be 4 others.
Right.
So just as a fair
Right,
warning.
and that goes back to my point, you know, that you have to do the risk assessment on the expense of the DRI versus, you know, is not being on lot of value enough to do that. But I think you heard, hopefully this gave you enough indication of where the host municipality stands at this point.
So if we do the DRI, move forward, and that application goes through the township here,
First.
and it starts here.
Right.
And then ultimately, if you did support that application, then it goes to the COG, ultimately the COG General Forum for a decision.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It would end up, and Jim, you may be able to provide the technical pathway.
Yeah, actually, the application would be reviewed by the CRPA before it comes to College Township, so we can see that the application is complete. And then you'd have the information that you need to make your final decision forward.
Okay.
After that, then it would go to the,
It would go to the CRPC, the Regional Planning Commission, and the Lucy Committee, Land Use and Community Infrastructure, and ultimately to General Forum for final decision.
thanks.
Okay.
So, Jim, just
And
to,
that's a long process, regardless, but,
Right.
yeah.
right, so what are the standards at the CRPC? I mean, CRPA is reviewing it for completeness. Then it comes to
Right.
College Township for host municipality support. Then it goes to
Yes.
CRPC. Does that require a vote to recommend? And
Yes.
is that a unanimous or a majority vote?
It's just a recommendation, it doesn't need to be unanimous.
So it's a
Same with
majority.
Lucy, they can,
It's a
they will
majority vote,
forward it to General Forum with a recommendation to support or not support.
but it moves
Does not
forward,
have to be.
it moves
I'm
forward,
sorry?
it moves forward from, it would move forward from Lucy to general forum regardless of the outcome of a vote, or does it need a vote to recommend?
It needs, the ultimate decision is General Forum, so if the recommendation is no at Lucy, it would.
Okay, it would still go to
I'll have
general
check
forum.
on that, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, if you
Because
could,
You could vote yes.
okay, very
It'll
good.
go to General Forum.
I just wanted to share that so all
With a
council
recommendation
understood.
against,
Yeah, I just wanted to make
Well,
sure
that
that all,
helps me as a Lucy Committee member.
yes,
And before we, although our recommendation isn't binding, it's only a recommendation to General Forum, I would like to follow up on Carla's comment prior to me considering that as Lucy or us discussing it. I would be interested in a listing of the other properties that are served by College Township Water Authority that are outside the growth boundary, just so we have a little bit of context of what we considered here today.
well, it's a good thing we got CTWA's executive director with us.
Is that something that we can get? I just want to have a, you know, Carl referred to slippery slope.
Yep.
I want to have some context here.
You're gonna find that, the Oak Hall area primarily are going to be areas that are likely served by water, but not by public sewer. Just as we can provide that list, that's
Okay.
not a problem.
Yeah.
But I'm just giving you just
Yeah.
a general reference. You know, there are areas in that portion of the township that will tend to be served by water. Not everyone, but there are water services provided where there is no sewer.
Right.
Yeah, if I'm using
Mr.
that
Chair,
as,
if I just,
Yep, please.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but, you know, a good portion of Half Moon Township has public water, but no public sewer.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really drive growth, it provides clean, quality water to people out there who have septic systems, so. But it does not drive.
Well, the other element of that is the fire hydrants. Those are kind of important.
safety.
With my county planning commission hat on, one of the things that we run into a lot is how anything of density is going to support the fire service requirements of those various areas and everything. So developers have had to be pretty creative in some of those and everything. But,
if I'm using that as rationale, I just want to know what I'm stepping into.
oh, yeah, no, that's a
And
fair.
that may be relevant information when it
It's a
gets.
good thing
to
we got a
Lucy.
good GIS guy, right? Yep, awesome. So, okay, anything else, anything else?
Thank you very much for your time, I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
I'll talk to the owners of these 3 lots and see what they want to do, okay?
Yeah,
Thank you again.
actually, to Eric's point, you may consider the other 3 that are in the neighborhood?
Oh, the other 3 property owners?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yes, I'll do
that are in
that.
proximity. I mean,
It
that's-
seems like it would make it for a better case.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the interesting thing, you shared that everybody wants to hook on to sewer. We're facing a huge issue at COG with the new 537 plan, that there's a municipality that is absolutely fearful if they put the capacity in, that they're gonna be forced to be connected to the sewer. So it's an interesting paradox for us with some of our hats. Go ahead.
I just want to make one comment. If you do consider adding the other 3 properties, I would be really interested to know if they too are capped at not being able to be further subdivided.
Subdivided, yeah.
Yeah, because that is an important element for me too, so.
Okay, I was
Bar the
gonna-
door if it isn't.
I was gonna
Yeah.
mention, to you, you might be aware of it, but it's been 2 or 3 years ago. UAJA actually installed public sewers out in the Greenbrier subdivision in Ferguson Township, which was all on-lot sewage. I think there were 60-some homes in that development. And I think one of the reasons they did that was they got, Adam, you might know more about nutrient tax credit, or credits for nutrients, because now the nitrates from the septic systems wouldn't be going into the ground.
And that was where I go back to my
Your
environmental
Yeah. So,
impact
Yeah.
issues.
I'll try, assuming the owners here want to move forward, I'll try to get more information relative to that issue, which can be part of our application.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep,
ultimately, Paul, that's what sways me too.
yep.
Okay.
Good, good.
All right, thank you. for
Good,
your
thank you, thank you.
Bigger picture.
Continuing on, SB 2, Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act Resolution Request. Ms. Neely, are you with us? Yes, you are.
I'm here. I learned a lot from that previous discussion. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to tell you why I think pricing carbon is so important. I'm assuming I'm coming through okay? You can hear me?
Yes.
Great. We all understand that fossil fuels are too cheap. Fossil fuel companies can sell their products cheaply because they do not have to pay for the damages their products cause, like health problems, weather disasters, and damage to infrastructure. Economists of all political points of view agree that putting a price on carbon is an essential first step in solving climate change. There are 2 ways to price carbon: a carbon tax or cap and trade. Under a cap and trade system, the government sets a ceiling on how much carbon dioxide can be put into the atmosphere and auctions off a permission for you to burn fossil fuels. This allowance can then be traded in a market. In the United States, there are 2 cap and trade systems: California and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI, which Pennsylvania just joined as of April 23rd. On the other hand, a carbon tax puts a price on the carbon dioxide content of fossil fuels, that is, the amount of carbon dioxide that will be produced when the fuel is burned. The tax is collected when the fuel is produced or mined or imported. Advantages to this is that it's simple to operate, transparent, cheap, and hard to game the system. One important advantage is that it affects all of the economy, because it starts at the very beginning. Cap and trade systems tend to be limited to a few large industries like electricity generation that use a lot of fossil fuels and that can be regulated and inspected. Of course, these are important industries, accounting in the United States for 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. But a carbon tax will send a price signal to everybody who produces anything, transports anything, or buys anything. That they will want to choose the cheaper fuel. And they will be making their fuel choices themselves. They will not be forced to do anything. One disadvantage to a carbon tax is that at first, during the transition to the cheaper renewable energy, it makes the prices of goods go up, and that can be a hardship on poorer people. Citizens Climate Lobby, for which I volunteer, Citizens Climate Lobby advocates that all the money raised from a carbon tax should go back to American households in the form of a cashback or dividend. The government does not keep the money. This is sometimes called a carbon fee and dividend. It's a protection for poor people during the transition to the new clean energy economy, and it makes the fee progressive. It's estimated that 95% of households in the bottom 60% of income will come out even or ahead. A carbon price will make all other solutions easier to implement because we can recoup the cost of new devices like heat pumps or solar panels more quickly. It will make the goals of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan that the Central Region has implemented easier to reach. Now we need to think big. Ultimately, we need to electrify everything that is now running on fossil fuels and make all electricity renewable. This is a huge enterprise. We cannot do it as individuals, and we cannot do it township by township or state by state. It will require federal action and even international action. Europe has had a cap and trade system in place since 2006. The cost of emitting a ton of carbon in electricity generation and other energy-intensive industries in Europe now trades on their trading market for 92 euros. That's for putting 1 ton of carbon dioxide into the air. If you buy it per minute, it's 92 euros. An important consideration for American businesses and our international competitiveness is the European, what's called the European CBAM. That's the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. This is set to begin in 2023. It was just agreed to last month. Basically, Europe is placing a tariff on goods imported from countries that do not have a price on carbon. Canada, another big trading partner, which has a carbon fee and dividend system, is planning a similar measure. So our countries will suffer, our countries' industries and businesses will suffer unless we have a price on carbon too. After the invasion of Ukraine, European countries are looking for ways to transition quickly off of fossil fuels, and the price of fossil fuels has spiked because of the disruption in the markets. Some leaders in the United States, instead of taking the right lesson from this, are urging more drilling because they naturally want to protect consumers from rising prices, especially for gasoline. I argue that the best way to protect consumers in the United States is to move to domestic renewable energy that is not traded on the international market and not subject to volatility in prices. Now, there's an important lesson here, which that I've just come to realize. I've often reacted to an increase in oil prices by thinking it was a good thing because it will discourage use of fossil fuels. But a spike in oil prices is not the same thing as a carbon tax. Investors have no confidence that a spike will last. Indeed, the assumption is that it is temporary. We need to give businesses confidence that if they move to renewable energy, they can still be competitive, that they will not be undercut by rapid changes in policy or in the price of energy. The main reason that a spike in oil prices will not have the same effect as a carbon fee and dividend is this. When there is a spike in oil prices, the producers make money, but the consumer has to pay. Under carbon fee and dividend, the fossil fuel producers pay the tax, and the citizen gets the money. A well-designed carbon fee and dividend, then, will protect consumers. The resolution you are considering deals with a bill that Citizens Climate Lobby endorses, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. The principal ideas in this bill are supported by over 3,000 economists of all political points of view, including 28 Nobel Prize winners. But there are other bills in Congress that are looking to put a price on carbon. And there are negotiations going on now to include a kind of carbon border adjustment mechanism in the Senate version of the reconciliation bill, which is under discussion right now. So I think that what we need to do is to show the members of Congress that we support pricing carbon and that it is important for the goals of our local communities. I know this is a complex subject and I've gone over it very quickly because I do not want to keep you too long away from the other important business of your meeting. But I'm happy to go into further detail if there's anything you would like to discuss or if you have any questions that I may be able to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Neely. Staff, anything to add or at this time, or just like council? Okay. Dustin, I think we'll start with you.
Do we have the proposed resolution?
We do not have a proposed resolution. It would be premature pending consensus of council that.
Is that what the intention of this is?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I do believe that it.
To put on the agenda.
It would be to ask staff to draft a resolution. I'm sure Ms. Neely has a boilerplate that they would share with them, and then we would bring that back. In particular, it would offer the public an opportunity to comment on that. And that is another thought. We could have another avenue could be a potential public hearing on the matter before we would move a resolution forward, or have the resolution at a public
But
meeting.
the resolution is to support HR 763, right?
I'll let Ms. Neely.
Specifically, right?
The reason this all came up was that State College Borough just passed a resolution endorsing the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act.
Okay.
And so I was hoping that other townships would also look at it and consider endorsing that. But of course, you do not have to follow that same resolution. You could choose to have a different kind of resolution if you wanted as well.
Right.
If you want to see that resolution, I'll be happy to send it to you. There's also one that came before the Climate Action Committee, Climate Action and Sustainability Committee, and that's available online, I believe.
Right. And great point. We're not locked in lockstep always with the borough. We do share many concepts with them and stuff, but the way we approach some things can be different. So yeah, and that's one of the things where I think an opportunity for public input would be a good thing, but I ask my peers to see how.
Well, Sylvia, it's nice to see you, even if it is just virtually. Thanks for joining tonight. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So I support looking into some type of resolution for a fee on carbon.
Okay. Eric?
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here with me. I just think it might have been helpful to have some quick little description as to what we were expecting tonight, because I had the same question. I'm certainly in favor of considering a resolution.
Okay.
I'd like to see it, though.
Oh, wait, conceptually, you have to be in
Conceptually,
support of this
Yeah.
before we go unleashing staff on it.
Yeah. I'm on record as saying I'm very supportive of the Reggie and, open to the tax, the carbon tax and dividend as well. I'd be interested in hearing more and would be very much open to considering a resolution.
Okay, a resolution or a public hearing towards a resolution? Just give me some guidance here. I mean, I think staff could bring back a resolution in fairly short order.
Right.
Yeah, or, if we.
I mean, I think in fairness to the township residents, it would be nice to have a more formal presentation with, some background, additional background.
So maybe a draft resolution, and then based on that, maybe, resolutions don't require public hearings, but that's always our prerogative, correct, Adam?
Sure.
I mean, I think part of this is to bring awareness to the township,
Understood.
right? I mean, because we talk about the climate action and adaptation adaptation plan, right? We talk about all of the things that we are doing, right? Solar power purchase agreement and everything else. This is absolutely consistent with that.
Right.
And I think it's an opportunity to not just preach to the choir, but, you know, broaden the awareness. of
Agreed.
this. So
Yeah.
that would be, for me, a really important piece of this.
Okay.
I agree.
Recruit new choir members?
Yeah, there you go. But only if they can sing.
All right.
No.
So, Adam, oh, go ahead, Neely.
I would be happy to
Ms.
help,
Neely.
draft a resolution, bring forward samples of resolutions if you like. That would help the staff so that they would not be burdened excessively. And obviously, that would just be beginnings for you to consider. But you could, if you could, maybe you could guide me in what way I could help you to create a resolution.
Right, that's where I was gonna turn to our manager and ask for guidance
At
on
this
how
point,
we'd like
I
to
think-
proceed.
I think what we will want to do is, I was gonna say, I'm sure we already have at least one,
I know you're.
but we would want to get the Borough of State College resolution. If there were other, Ms. Neely, if there were other resolutions that have been passed by other municipalities in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that could be helpful as well, if you know of any, and if you were able to share any of those with us. I think between what the borough has adopted, what other municipalities have adopted, and there also is likely some of the municipal associations also are likely to have
Right.
some samples as well. And I think between those, we would be able to provide you with a couple of different examples, a couple of different ways that it's been approached, and then be able to simply assemble one that is to the points that College Township wishes to make.
Right, and a key, I think,
Okay,
yeah, I think a key element too would be if we could get some from similar sized communities, because, you know, some of it's not as applicable in larger and or smaller areas.
I was going to say that Patton Township has endorsed, and so has Ferguson Township. And then for the state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, there's several places around the state. This information is available on our website, and I can give you a link to which municipalities in Pennsylvania have endorsed the Carbon Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. But there are other kinds of resolutions, as I said, also that we might use if that's what you prefer.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay?
Anything,
Okay.
anything else from council?
Yeah.
So we'll see, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so this, I just wanted to inform council that this did come before the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee last month, and Sylvia was kind enough to give presentation at our committee, at which point it was thrown about the idea of bringing this before COG, and I think through some discussions within our committee and outside, at least I have landed on the idea that it's best done at the municipal level as opposed to at the general forum. One of the ideas being that what does the federal government know about a COG?
The formal government entity.
Yeah. So, I mean, that being the biggest one, whereas a municipality, I think, would carry, to us, a COG carries more weight because we know what it takes to get that agreement, but to the people who are looking at it, a municipality probably carries more weight.
Right, to get to that agreement, sometimes you make sacrifices that individual municipalities would not want to make.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I think there's value in that as well.
Right. And so I just as a thought as to the type of resolution that I think I would like to see, I would just want to make sure that College Township residents were called out explicitly, obviously within the resolution, as the people that we would expect this to serve. And then also maybe not have it entirely Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, largely focused on that, but not entirely. The focus being solve this, such as with this act. Does that
That's
make sense?
also what I was considering. I was leaning towards more of an open, just in general. And then my question, just on your point real quick, Carla, the endorsement and the resolution are two separate things though, correct? Endorsement, we can endorse the House bill if we wanted to as council and still have a resolution. We could do both. We could do a resolution without an endorsement.
I'm seeing the manager go north-south, so, yeah. Options. There are options, so, but at this point, we're gonna unleash staff.
I was just, I was gonna mention it in Spring Creek Watershed Commission. We had a presentation last night about the effects of rising temperatures on high magnitude climatic events that are impacting
Yeah.
local watersheds in a big way too. So I think calling out some of the things that are immediate impact, that do impact folks in the township and things that they care about, customizing it, I guess is what I'm saying. But again, I think the educational and public awareness element of this, to me, hey, we can do anything we want in a dark room and it's not gonna really affect anything, right? The whole point of this is to bring it to
Shine
the
the light.
public and make
Right.
increase the size of the choir, to Eric's.
And I, just to add too, I too agree with the, I like the idea of sending it to public hearing first for that very reason.
Excellent, excellent. So I think we have a path. Manager, clear on what we're asking? Okay, great. Anything else? Ms. Neely, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for the information. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much. I will be in touch with Mr. Brumbaugh then.
Excellent, thank you. Continuing on in the agenda, reports, managers update.
Nothing specific to update in the manager's update that was provided in your agenda packet this evening. There are a few updates here. The most, what's the word I'm looking for? The most,
Recent,
well,
salient.
right, the most salient issue,
Pressing.
pertinent, has to be that on Monday, the 23rd of March, the Pike Street project will be underway. So you've seen some message boards already set up and announcing the start date. We are also going to be working to make sure that we have ample information out and about within the community. We'll be being sure to utilize our social media and web pushes so that residents and those that might be traveling through the township are aware. So do be cognizant of that activity, do share that activity with anybody that might be otherwise unaware. But we're anxious to get started. It's a combination of 11 or 12 years worth of work. So it's good to see something finally, some dirt flying. That's all that I had as far as updates, but I'll
Great.
answer any questions.
Questions for the manager, Eric?
Two. The first one would be under the solar power purchasing agreement. Should we understand then that no consensus at the College Township Water Authority on range, just that number goes in as a zero then?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
They did not, they were unable to identify a range.
Which is fine. I mean, it's zero, that, they represent only barely 2% of, so I don't think it's going to skew things one way or the other. The second question is, under Nittany Casino, the Casino Nittany Mall, the date there, sewage component module on Nittany Casino, is that date correct? Does that mean a May 22nd College Township?
Probably should have been. Well, you approved it at the last meeting.
So
Under
there
consent.
would have been just well, it was in the consent agenda for the last meeting.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, in the description, yeah, the comment was made 5/5, but the description actually reflects.
So the date was
5/5.
actually 5/4 or 5/5, whatever the date was.
of our
Let me look
last-
at the real text here, hold on.
Is today the 19th?
That's it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
19 minus 14.
yeah, it's
We
fine.
just got carried away with the 22.
Felt really good.
It felt so good today, too. Anything else, Eric? Paul?
I have a real quick one. Under the path to campus, the last comment is that we have to submit an application in order to get feedback on what they found lacking or otherwise in our application?
That
Okay.
is not,
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Yeah.
follow what that was informing us as to.
Which one?
The path to campus, it says staff to prepare CFA Multimodal Transportation Fund application with the deputy secretary for multimodal transportation to receive feedback.
Is
Yeah.
that,
Is that an application to receive feedback?
no, it's not. To be honest,
Mike's not here.
Is this Mike?
Mike's not here.
Okay.
is that a result, is that a
And-
result of that?
So he's asking,
Yeah.
why wasn't ours? Do you have any suggestions on how we can improve ours
That's
for
the
the
way I
next round?
understood it. I just
That's
wanted
how
to
I
confirm.
feel.
I want a clarification on that too.
Yeah. I mean, and it could just be an email. It just,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I am really interested to know what we can do because that is such a big and important project
Yeah.
for the township that I think it is really important. If we have an opportunity to get feedback and we have an opportunity to improve that for the next round, I'm 100% in favor of doing whatever we need to do to
Yeah.
find out what that will take.
Cool. Anything else?
He went to that grant meeting with Jay Corman's,
I can't hear
that's
it.
where he got that feedback.
Yeah, there,
He got the.
Adam will relay.
Okay.
I'll get back to everybody on
Yes.
that one because I don't have
Yep.
the detail.
Yep, please follow up. Anything
That was
else?
it for me.
Carla?
Thank you.
Yeah, real quick. I attended the Spring Creek Park Master Plan, public meeting here on May 11th, right? I would say 20 to 25 attendees is a generous, maybe double generous number. Maybe not.
I thought it was last night, and I missed it.
Well, I'm gonna call us out here, and I don't think it was well advertised as it should have. Like, I think there was a lot going on, and we had a lot of plates spinning, and that was potentially one that just sat on the counter for a little bit too long. It did go out it did get pushed, but again, I don't know how big our email list is. So I'm just gonna put a plug out there. Go to the township website and sign up to receive emails if you're watching this. collegetownship.org. Okay. I do think that on top of that, that leads me to think, like, let's get the sign up back out on the table for people to write their emails down to get added to that list. We did used to have that. I think that's super helpful for when the room gets packed with whatever's going on. Get people, in the know. We did have a full page spread about getting your email added in the newsletter, which was great. I don't think that this meeting, though, maybe, did that make it into the newsletter? It did?
It did.
It did.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'll be interested to hear how the consultants took the feedback. We had really great feedback, and people were super engaged, really excited, about some things, not about other things, so that was great. That was exactly what we needed to hear. So anyway, that's my
Okay.
comments on that.
That's it on the manager's report? Dustin, anything?
Nothing further.
I have nothing for you either, Adam. Okay, going to our COG Regional County Liaison Reports. I think Paul hit us with a bunch.
I did.
We can, Paul provided written, I don't know that everybody got to see them because they came out today.
They didn't,
Oh,
yeah.
But
I'll
if you want, we can,
summarize.
yeah, totally up to you. Hit the
Or
high
we can
points.
read.
3 attachments.
Yeah, well, 2 of the meetings were yesterday, so
Right.
in my defense, I did get them turned
Absolutely.
around in
You
24
did
hours.
time, yes.
One of which was somewhat more significant. Let me go chronologically. See, that's a generous way of saying that.
Oh, now I gotta read them.
Yeah, no, I will summarize. The first one was the Public Safety Committee meeting, and I just wanted to highlight, this was our annual update from the emergency medical service providers. And, you know, the bottom line is they're starting to come back to service levels that, you know, pre-pandemic, with not unexpectedly. But one of the real challenges, and this is not just particular to the COG services, but we're seeing a huge increase, or a significant increase in out-of-service area calls to the surrounding areas because of other services not being available or going out of business. And that impacts a number of things. It impacts their availability, it increases their costs, it decreases their reimbursement rates because they have a different mix of insured versus uninsured versus Medicaid and Medicare coverage as well. They continue to struggle with things like a lack of direct reimbursement. So they have collection fees on top of non-payment. It's a really challenging environment right now. And there were a couple of specific asks that came out of that. This also built on our legislative breakfast that many of the COG municipalities attended. One is that we can support proposed or pending legislation that may be stuck in a committee, like the insurance committee or something like that, in Harrisburg to help get them unstuck, that will move some legislation forward. So I ask that they be more proactive in bringing those to us and presenting them to the individual municipalities or to the COG for action to do that. The other was, can the townships assist with the promotion of their annual membership drive? Because that is a very significant source of income for Center Lifelink, for example. So if we can leverage our website and our social media posts to get that
Those email
out.
lists.
Yeah, exactly, those amazing lists that we have. But seriously, anything that we can do to help offset those costs, because that actually provides a financial benefit to anyone who uses their service as well. It covers all their costs.
Now, is that open to outside the service area too?
It can be, sure, I mean, anyone
So
can.
anyone can join. It's not
And
closed.
the issue is the service area has sort of,
Yeah.
it's very diffuse at the moment, because there are so many calls
'Cause
coming
they're
from out.
picking up
11%
weak
of their
areas.
total number of calls, which
Yeah.
equates to hundreds of calls for Center Lifelink, are now outside of their defined service area.
Yeah. So the point is, just because we enjoy Center Lifelink right here, other areas having issues is affecting Center Lifelink.
Absolutely, yep, it has a knock-on effect. So anyway, I tried to summarize that as best I can, but it is a significant issue, and I wanted to make sure we were all aware of it and whatever we can do to help. The second was the Spring Creek Watershed Commission. We met last night. I mentioned that we had a really interesting presentation about the impact of high-magnitude climatic events on our streams and waterways. But the most significant thing that we did was we actually approved the first nominees to the Phase 3 One Water Plan Working Group, which has been a significant undertaking. As you remember, we had to go to the municipalities and get a vote to move forward with that. So we have 14 people, including Bill Sharp and others who've been involved with this for a long time, who will be holding the organizational meeting and hopefully moving that ball forward in a pretty big way. The other thing was we established a Watershed Mentor Award that the Atlas Group is going to be putting together. So hopefully I'll be able to share some of the great, or recognize some of the great work that's being done by volunteers in our area. Any questions on those two before I get into the IDA, because there may be more discussion on that? Mr. Chair, I will
You're
offer
good.
that as
You're good. Fire away, buddy.
Fire away. Okay. All right. So yesterday morning, the College Township Industrial Development Authority met. Our chair, Rich, was there in attendance as well. There was, prior to the meeting, the vice chair offered his resignation via email. That was accepted during the meeting, and Lamb Hood was unanimously approved as the new vice chair. I will note that happened toward the end of the meeting. So the meeting was conducted in Bill's absence in the absence of a present vice chair. So the most significant thing that came out of this was they have developed or had appointed an operations task force that were looking at policies and procedures and process, which we have identified as being some of the challenges that have happened in terms of moving things forward in a more organized way that also increases communication both internally and externally as part of this. I'm very happy to say that they came out with a formal process or workflow for various projects, both new and existing, as well as administrative tasks. And after some discussion, those were approved unanimously, I believe, which is great. So we believe that that organization is going to just continue to improve, but it also highlighted the need for a strong administrator to manage that whole process, which heretofore has been a bit of a challenge. So the board expressed their deep appreciation to us as council for offering Adam services for 3 months in order to move the ball forward after their executive director moved on, but are also very well aware that there is 1 month left on that offer. And they have formally requested that we consider whether we might extend the services of the township manager or someone acting as administrator through the end of this year. And they understand that there is a considerable value that comes along with that and are in a position to consider whether they might offset those costs or pay for those services. So I don't know exactly what those are. I do know that Adam has been tracking the number of hours and the amount of work, so I would be real interested to hear from him what his thoughts might be. I don't know that this is an action that we have to take immediately because we do have a month remaining, but in my opinion, we are on a positive trajectory, and if this workflow, organizational layer does get established, I think it will really bring out the value that the IDA inherently has as an entity, and that I believe we should support. So hopefully I summarized that somewhat succinctly. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Paul?
None.
None.
Did the vice chair resign? As vice chair resign from the IDA?
That was unclear, but our belief is that he resigned as vice chair.
So he's still a member of the IDA?
Correct. Did not attend the meeting, however, and did not participate
Yeah,
yesterday.
I assume that because it said email. The last part was interesting. Should we consult Lewis? Should this be something he should weigh in on? And before we consider offering up our manager's services in return for compensation?
On a contractual basis.
Yeah.
I think we have some precedent for that already, but
There is precedent. For example, the College Township Water Authority basically contracts with College Township to provide the administrative services. So Amy's time that she devotes, Bob's time, my time that is devoted to the management of the Water Authority operations is basically covered through an existing contract between the Water Authority and College Township. This would be similar, although I would not anticipate that would be an open-ended one, such as the Water Authority contract.
Right, and the request was through the end of the year. It was a time bound. But do we already have an agreement? Because Jen acts as secretary
That
as
is
well.
true. It's very informal. At this point, basically, if you will, it's a letter agreement that where we've provided the terms and the costing thereof and the conditions of what we're willing to provide to the IDA on an annual basis. And so I would consider that kind of a letter contract type of an arrangement. Relatively informal.
I'm not sure that getting the lawyers involved might be, I mean, given the time frame and other things, but that would be a question for council.
Yeah, again, I'm comfortable, we've already got these type of relationships. I think it's philosophically, are we, you know, if the time that the manager commits to that potentially takes away from his township duties if he tries to spend time with his wife and things like that.
And if I might, I think that the process that was laid out, we certainly have, Mike Bloom could potentially manage that if that were within his purview, if we felt like that was, you know, if, that would absolutely be the manager's decision to make as to who might manage that process. But I do believe that an outside organizing entity at this moment would be invaluable.
I agree, and I don't think it necessarily has to be, I think the contract would be with College Township. And you would apply as manager, you would apply your resources as you
Yeah,
deem best.
as you know, Paul and Rich, I was out of town and Mike agreed to kind of sit in, just to observe and to offer assistance where he could. The way, should we agree to move forward, first off, I don't think we could have Lewis's input, but I don't think it's necessary that he be involved in anything formal. I think, again, a letter that outlines the terms and conditions would suffice, and then that would be agreed upon by council and agreed upon by the IDA, and I think that would be sufficient. In terms of the individual that would be doing it, in all honesty, it needs to be me, simply because I've worked with these folks over the years, off and on, in a variety of capacities. I think I have some ability to speak more frankly, that could be very helpful in certain aspects of the dealings with the IDA. That said, one of the things that I have discussed with Mike is the possibility of Mike becoming a little more involved in some of the water authority operations. So, not saying that there would be a necessarily equal division of the work, but I do anticipate that Mike will become a little more involved over the next number of months in some of the water authority operations.
Yeah. And I think that was during the course of the conversation. We didn't want this to be additive to 100% that you already are affording. You know, there's no capacity beyond, you know, that. So
I think at this point, we just need some consensus to ask the manager to come back with a recommendation at our next meeting and potential terms and everything. But first and foremost, are we comfortable with College Township staff continuing on this path with the IDA? And Paul, this is
Yes,
your
I am.
liaison. Okay. Carla?
Yes.
Dustin?
Yay.
Yep. Okay, so Adam will, between Paul, Allison, and I will, and then you with staff will come up with something to propose to put before council at the next meeting to potentially extend the agreement. Okay?
By the way, they were very impressed that you won the President's Award. In your absence, I just had to
Thank
mention
you,
that.
that was very kind.
So at the, what is that?
Get that plug in.
The 2 hour, 49-minute mark, the journey continues.
Once a meeting, right?
Yeah.
Thank
No less than.
you.
Anything else, Paul? No. Cool. Carla, anything, any meetings? Any meetings? Spring Creek
I think it's
Master
1
Plan?
hour and 49 minutes, but it does seem like.
I felt like I
Yep.
reported
Yep.
it in full
Yep.
there. Thank
Dustin?
you.
Parks Capital, short meeting, we hadn't met since January, and at the time, we did not elect a vice chair, so we did that this time. The vice chair is now Janet Engelman, is that how you say her name? Engelman, she's from the borough. And then the second thing we did, and the last thing we did, was reviewed the capital improvement program in its revised format. More details there, but that's created by the facilities coordinator, provide feedback. And basically it was an Excel spreadsheet that listed, fleet vehicles, basically everything that's in the capital improvement plan. It had positive feedback, so to go through the rest of the committees and, end up at the general forum at some point. It's a very usable document. We had good comments, and a couple suggestions. One of the suggestions that came out that I actually made was, with sustainability in mind, was to maybe perhaps designate on that list something like a fleet vehicle or like a mower that is, possibly could be replaced with an electrified version. Not to mention too, like lighting, LED lights, things like that. So that's all I have.
Excellent. Questions for Dustin? No? Eric? Anything?
Yeah, I had two MPO-related functions since the last meeting. The first was May 10th, was the required public meeting for the MPO's 2023-2026 TIP. I may have referenced that this was coming. If you're not familiar, the TIP is a list of all highway and bridge projects that will use federal funds over the next 4 years. It's required that we adopt a TIP that shows what we are going to spend federal highway, bridge, and transit funds on over the next 4 years. And it needs to be offered up for public comment and then adopted before September 1st. So it does match the first 4 years of our rolling 12-year PennDOT plan. So we have kind of a 12-year plan that's kind of a big wish list, and then we have a 4-year plan that actually lists the things that we believe we will have the money to actually build, as opposed to a wish list. And that 4-year plan actually gets updated every 2 years, in part because needs change, and as we found out recently, funding opportunities change. So it was about a 40-minute presentation by staff that started with an overview of the TIP process, the funding that was available, and then we provided a summary of the more high-profile projects that are included in the 4 years, and then we closed with noting where the official TIP documents can be found and where you can go to offer public comment. Because as I said, the public meeting was on Tuesday, May 10th, and that kicked off the 30-day public comment period. And then the comment period will close sometime around June 10th, and then pending public comment considerations, the MPO will adopt the TIP at the end of June. So I should have said it needs to be adopted by July 1st, excuse me, not September 1st. And the only other part that I would add is that it was a little bit different this year because the bipartisan infrastructure legislation that was passed, and I think I noted this, increased both formula funding and discretionary funding opportunities. So we were able to add more projects, and we were able to afford more projects in the first 4 years. So it was kind of a fun year. The past 3 years, we've been kind of paring back the project list to meet, it's like your budget at home. This year, we're up to actually add a few projects from the queue in the 4 years that we'll actually be able to afford to build. And that's a good segue into the second meeting, which was this morning, which is what the MPO calls its bill subcommittee. And I think I shared a little bit of this with everyone here a meeting or so ago. The influx of available funding has created a bit of a challenge for us, a good challenge to have, in the sense that the increase in formula funding is easy enough. We're just going to get more money to do more projects we have in the queue. The increase in available discretionary funding is where the challenge lies. For the next 5 years, there's going to be a lot more money out there available that will be handed out, that will be doled out discretionally. We call it discretionary funding, like we applied the grant for the path to campus. There'll be more opportunities like that. So we created a subcommittee to try to figure out exactly what to do. What's the return on investment if we were willing to spend more staff resources going after some more of the discretionary funding? So this was the second meeting, and we did really 3 things. We talked about the purpose of the committee, We created it kind of on the fly as triage. We're gonna have this new money, we gotta figure out quick how to take best advantage of it. And we talked a little bit about, since this is a 5-year bill with committed increases, substantial increases in funding over the next 5 years, maybe we should think about keeping this subcommittee in place beyond just this triage period to look at these funding opportunities and vet them through this subcommittee as opposed to the entire countywide MPO and make recommendations. We think that might be a more nimble approach to getting access to more of these dollars. The second part of the meeting was really to understand what our current staff capacity is. And we understand now, some of you may be aware that Trish is leaving. Trish may, I know Rich is, because he came out of the exec committee. So we're already a man down, person down. So it was important to understand what our current capacity is at the Center Region Planning Agency, MPO planning level. And then the other piece that we looked at in depth is we had staff and PennDOT and FTA help us put together a table, a spreadsheet that showed all the funding opportunities, the likelihood of us, the amount of staff capacity that would be needed to go after some of this money, and the likelihood of success. So ultimately, that gave us what we think is the information to make some recommendations, will give us what we need to make some recommendations going forward as to what we think will get our best bang for our buck, the best return on investment. For example, we identified some low-hanging fruit we think we can go after with existing staff resources, more TA grants, things like that, bridge grants, stuff that we're familiar with, stuff that staff won't take a lot of staff time. And then we're looking at some things that if we were to invest in more planning staff, either bringing them in-house or contracting with someone like a Delta Development, would the potential for additional grant money be worth the investment? And we're still waiting through that. But the possibility definitely exists there, given our needs in the future and the discretionary funding that is available. So that's where we're at. We're going to meet monthly, and as things come up, particularly things that would be directly relevant to College Township, I'll make sure I keep. But that just was this morning, so I haven't had time to put together a written report. I will.
Thanks.
Questions for Eric? Anything?
Sounds like great opportunities.
Yes, good time to, good challenge to have.
Yeah, right.
But opportunity is the key word.
Sure. I guess it's me. Finance Committee met May 12th. On our agenda, we went through similar exercise with the solar power purchasing agreement. I think our role, finance's role, we had a little discussion on that. Finance's role is really gonna come back when the results come back. Other than that, it's more of an operational decision, but we did offer our thoughts, and I just offered what College Township decided at our last meeting. Discussion about a project at the library. We all got educated on dielectric unions. Eric probably saw this at
Oh, my.
facilities. We even
Complete
had,
with pictures and
we had show and tell.
diagrams?
We
Yes.
had show and tell at this as well, so that everybody understood. But finance's real role in this was, okay, operationally, it's been decided that this needs to be done. How's it getting paid for? And if you recall, in the 2022 budget, we allocated monies out of the insurance reserve fund towards employee wellness type improvements. For the library, there was money put forward for the HVAC system. So the question became, does this project fit that intent? And after reviewing and discussing and everything, we felt it did, with, in particular, what happens when these dielectric unions are all over the place. They're behind walls, and when they fail, they leak. Leaks equal mold, mold equals bad, and all that. And so that was the support for that use of some of the funds towards the repair. Again, repair, not study, then repair, just repair. And they're also, the other nice thing is they're gonna provision these so that they're accessible, number one. Number two, you actually have to drain the entire system down to replace one. So they're gonna put valves in as part of the replacement so that you could, if one should fail, you could replace it. And like I said, you'll have access to it. We got a similar update on where we are, how the CIP discussions are moving forward. Those are hitting the various committees. That all gets summed up. It'll get pushed to us at whatever point. We did talk about the COG building ownership transfer. In general, there's support among all the municipalities, save one. And we're working through trying to determine what the concerns are there. They just have not officially talked about it, I guess. Yeah, although, as I stated umpteen times, we've been chasing this answer for 3 years. So, the rest was just regular business. I think the COG ownership building is coming back to exec in June, and everything. We approved it through us. I did offer a number of comments. One of those was, let's keep the momentum. One of the things that's gonna be, that is proposed is that there will be a deed for the building, which is an interesting concept. I suggested, rather than talk about a deed being prepared in the future, let's prepare it now and approve it as part of this agreement. The format of it as part of this agreement for execution at the end of the lease. So that we don't have to re-educate everybody, well, why are we doing this? And everything, it's been gone through enough. So I think they're working on that. Questions on finance?
I really like that idea of taking care of the back end now. Because
Well,
you
that's
know-
what wasn't done on the lease in the first place, or we wouldn't be having these discussions.
Right.
But, yeah, so we're trying to get those all in place, because you can have at least one election. And I did make the joke that at our current pace, we will have this completed in plenty of time in 2026. So hopefully it doesn't go that way, but.
Hopefully it was taken as a joke.
Or a challenge, I don't know,
Perhaps.
maybe. So we'll see where that goes. Exec met yesterday. Bottom line up front, general forum canceled for May. We had it was down, the agenda was down to, the general forum agenda was down to 2 presentations. I personally felt you guys would kill me if we had a general forum meeting just for that, and they could be moved to June, so that's what we did. The bulk of the meeting was with regard to an executive session for receipt of the initial findings of our long-anticipated IT study. Very interesting. There are some things in there that the COG certainly needs to work on. After the exec session, we had a formal vote to accept the report and to direct staff to begin implementation of the recommendations. So some of those will get completed in 2022's budget, and we'll be seeing them in future budgets and everything, but they'll go towards informing the CIP. The vendor, the consultant I feel did an excellent job in presenting not only recommendations, but a flow chart of, these are what you should do as soon as possible, this is what we think it's gonna cost, and so it really helps inform the CIP. So, and on another note, the consultant offered to each and every member municipality to have a similar discussion at no charge, to determine if they should, because the underlying thing out of the getting the report was a lot of the members going, wow, if this is COG, I wonder what ours is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so, We'll see where that goes. I think we're actually in a fairly good spot because of Hinton, actually.
There was a reason why the Complete the IT report for COG has been a recurring comment from College Township Council over the last 4, 5 years. So I'm very comfortable where College Township is at
Right.
relative to its ability to address IT issues.
Sure.
Document storage.
Yeah, one of the things that they threw out, and it might, is they throw out like a IT administrator, IT coordinator. Boom, that's a big dollar nut thing. I'll offer my personal take on it. When you put that all in, and it's similar to what we're going with the facility coordinator, leaving all that shaping and guidance and all that kind of stuff is out in one flow. IT isn't something that you can do that.
Tack onto a Phyllis.
Yeah, it isn't something that you wanna, oh, well, we'll just stop doing security, stuff and everything. So there will be a discussion, I believe there will be a discussion at some point on whether to have that in-house or third party, all that. I would say that we utilize Hinton. We have a liaison, we have a main point of contact with them, but they do that stuff. And they have redundant resources to complete it. So that'll be a future discussion. We're gonna start tackling the low-level stuff and then keep moving forward. And then put things in place that it stays kept up, so that we don't get those kind of reports. So, I think that's it for exec. Any questions, comments?
No, do you have another report?
God, I hope not.
I have a real quick question.
Oh.
Okay, fire.
That IT study, is that a publicly available study? You mentioned that it was
Okay.
all in exec session.
Right, so
where's-
what we asked of the consultant was to make a generic, version of it that doesn't highlight.
Give away some of our,
Yes, the trade secrets and everything
Well,
like that.
yeah, I mean, from a security standpoint, that makes
For
perfect
vulnerabilities,
sense,
right,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
Right.
you don't want to publicize
Absolutely,
vulnerabilities
absolutely.
and
'Cause we have
those
none.
kinds of things.
Now,
But,
so
not that we would have any,
Right,
but,
right.
but I think it would be, since it was an expenditure and it was something that we've
Yeah.
asked for a long time, I think some version of that in the public sphere would be.
It's coming.
Okay.
It's coming, and in particular, you guys need it because it informs you how the budget is
Right.
gonna be influenced by
Exactly.
this and everything like that.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, but it's an interesting discussion because there was some contention about whether we should be having that discussion, whether that warranted an executive session. The consensus of the executive committee that it did, and so we kinda needed to know our vulnerabilities, number one. Number two, when you come back with this budget item that says you gotta spend this much money, it's kinda good to know why somebody needs to know why you're spending that kind of money. And then, then out of that is gonna come an executive summary of the executive summary, I think, if I had to paraphrase it. And it'll show, very much more generic line item type.
I mean,
Sanitized.
Sanitized, sure.
redacted.
Because the cost of the cost of a ransomware attack or something, it's
Absolutely.
enormous, right?
Absolutely.
And so I think we need to make people
that's what
aware
we're
of
just
that.
talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's other elements beyond that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So, but yeah,
But those are things that
Yep.
the public would appreciate, that fact that we're making these additional expenditures.
Yep,
to
and the
to protect
reasons
that.
and,
Yeah.
yep. And then you have to understand it. And I do believe the managers now have the full report, or,
We have the executive summary.
okay. So, it'll help inform
That's all
them.
that we need.
Yeah, and, right, and you need to know the budgetary impact, potential budgetary impacts of it. And IT, is ever evolving. About the time you solve it, it's time to
Well,
start
hopefully that was
solving
one of the recommendations, was that we
Yep.
don't wait
it. Yep,
that long to
Yep.
do it again.
Absolutely.
So, anyway.
Well, and again, going back to the IT administrator, IT contractor and stuff like that, so, but, so, yeah, a report will be coming as soon as that's out. I don't know whether it's gonna come to Adam first or the executive committee first, but as soon as I have it, I'll push it out and everything. So, but yeah, it was interesting, the discussion on that, and I even asked the consultant, I said, do these discussions usually happen in executive session? And he's like, absolutely. And then we came out of executive and accepted the report and directed. So, but there was some concern for some reason about the process we used. I think that's it. Again, bottom line, no general forum in May.
Thank you, you're the best. I apologize, I did have a Climate Action Sustainability Committee the Monday after our last meeting, so I thought I'd already reported on it. I did not, so it was a relatively quick meeting. We also discussed the SPPA recommendation, though I'm sure it touched many hands. You'll see that at the general forum at some point when we discuss that. Compost drop-off pilot was the only other large agenda item that we discussed. And so just for everybody's benefit, a couple years ago we had put a lot of time and energy into seeing if we as a region, obviously minus the borough who uses their own compost and refuse pickup, but the rest of the regional refuse and recycling contracts could include a compost / organics recycling component. It was decided for a couple reasons, cost being one, and the carbon footprint that running all of those trucks to pick up the organics would create would not make any sense for the carbon we were trying to save. So we decided not to do a regional program for organics collection, but since then, there's been much talk about having drop-off pilots. Many communities around the nation do have organics drop-off collection sites, where on your way to work or school, you can pop off, drop off your organics, and then finish on your way. You're not adding to the footprint in that way. So I am just here to announce that beginning May 24th and running through the first week of September, the COG Recycling and Refuse Program is going to offer a drop-off location for compostable kitchen waste at the Bollesburg Farmers Market on Tuesdays. Again, that starts at the end of this month at the Bollesburg Farmers Market on Tuesdays. If you go to the farmer's market, you are welcome to also bring your kitchen scraps and drop them off, get some information while you're there. I think there's also going to be some educational availability as to what the reasons are and what the future plans are, as well as opportunities for future feedback from the region on how we could do this better. So that's my report. Again, May 9th for Jen.
So drop off your old food and buy new. All
Yeah.
at the same place.
Right.
Questions for Carla on that? Just a comment, I think an example of the region's commitment to that kind of thing is the mixed plastics in the recycling program. You know, you can't do that in your curbside and everything. But at my day job, we house multiple dumpsters that are filled constantly and everything. And that's totally a volunteer program. And they line up, I mean, you'll have 3-4 cars deep waiting to get,
For the drop-off
to
recycling.
drop off the
I'm
mixed plastics
there
and
often
everything like
with the
that.
mixed plastics.
Oh,
the
They don't pick 'em up.
miscellaneous. You mean miscellaneous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miscellaneous plastics, yeah,
Yeah.
and then there's folks from outside the region that come too.
Yeah.
Drop.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think the region's shown, you know, that they can support a drop-off type scenario. Some of them aren't as neat as others, I will throw that out, but,
Well, right, there's a lot that goes into it, and I think starting with one is a really nice,
Yes.
safe way to work out some of the kinks, see if it's worth it. We also, to be quite honest, we have to figure out where it will go.
Who, what, where, how.
Yeah,
Yep.
where's the rest of the process, right?
Yep.
So that's it for me, thank you.
Good deal. Any other reports?
Last minute.
Okay. William, speak to us about Planning Commission, please.
Hello, William McKibben from the Planning Commission. I'm standing in for Ed Dara, who's our council liaison.
Thank you, William.
Oh, you're very kind. Our last meeting was May 18th, that's last night, and we had three business items we were working through and have been working through several of them. First one is the refining the process for sidewalk waivers and so forth as a part of the pedestrian facilities master plan. This is we went through yesterday what was a fifth draft of that. The tension in the room, I think, is within the commission is, how much wiggle room do we leave in that process, or how does the process map out in a way that is very clear, but on the other hand, it forces a certain path through that. What we have now is a product where we did produce a flow chart that works, and we also have now a narrative that describes that process. So the staff, I think, has what they're looking for from the Planning Commission, and they'll be able to continue that process. But it's been an effort. The second item was we received, we presented to us was by Mike Bloom was his plan to use a request for qualification to find consultants to implement or to get us moving on the form-based code project. We went through his plan to do that literally section by section, and a lot of comments were provided by the Planning Commission in each of those sections. So that information was collected by staff, and I think you're going to hear more about that tonight. And the last item is we were acting on a conditional use application that was received from a resident in Lamont. Recall that we recently amended the zoning ordinance regarding historically significant structures in College Township, so this was our first test drive of that new ordinance. We went through the application using our ordinance to understand that. I think it's fair to say the council or the Planning Commission was challenged by some of the details in the application from this resident who was with us last night. So the outcome of that was we voted 3-2 to recommend disapproval. However, I've since learned that we're going to revisit that in a future meeting before that actually goes forward to council, if I understood that correct, because we had some new information on the procedures we're going to follow. So that's still a pending action, and do you have any questions?
Questions for Mr. McKibben? Dustin?
You met last night, right?
Last night?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so your comments on the requests are not in what we've seen in our
They
packet.
are, however, have been incorporated into the presentation
Okay.
that you will see.
You're getting ready to see a presentation. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Dustin?
That's it.
No? Anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are
Good to
you,
see the
are you
council.
gonna hang with us for that discussion?
I'm gonna stay here to see the whole thing.
Oh,
To the end.
be careful what you say.
Be careful what you say.
Careful what you say.
When he leaves, I leave.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any staff reports?
None.
Okay. Diversity, equity, and inclusion reports. Once again, the public is invited to share, but I think we're a public of none. At least on the Zoom. Hopefully they're on the YouTube channel or something like that. Anything for the good of the cause? Okay, very good. Continuing on, the consent agenda for May 19th, 2022 consists of a set of minutes under CA1 from our May 5th, 2022 meeting. Under CA2, correspondence, receipt and approval of, an email from Susan Strauss dated May 11th, 2022 regarding research detailing risks of gambling to college students. A letter from State College Assembly of God dated May 3rd, 2022 regarding farmers market. An email from Bruce Grinder dated May 4th, 2022 regarding trash start time pilot. An email from Susan Strauss dated May 16th, 2022 regarding research detailing risks of gambling to college students. An email from Andrew Schaefer dated May 16, 2022 regarding petitions opposing proposed casino at Nittany Mall. Under CA3 action items, we have approval of Resolution 22-10, the CATA local shares, and we have Project 22-02R, fuel bid award to Sheets Inc. for a bid price of 3 cents a gallon under retail price. All righty. Does council wish any of those hold for additional discussion?
I wish for C to be, well, yeah, C to be pulled.
Which one?
CA2C?
Sorry, CA2C.
Okay, Mr. Grinders? Mr. Grinders'
Yes,
email?
thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
CA3B,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
CA3B.
CA3B, the project? The Sheets Award?
Yeah.
Okay. Any others? If not, I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda less CA2C and CA3B.
So moved.
We have a motion?
A
Do I have-
second.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
I just would like to mention that for those who sent in the emails, the very detailed emails regarding the casino and their research and other things, I think I speak for all of council that I read every bit of it, word for word. We are very aware of that being a big public concern, and hopefully we'll find a way to address that when the time is right.
Excellent.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. CA2C, Carla.
Yes, so this is another Climate Action Sustainability Committee, I guess, item is the pilot program that our refuse, I'm sorry that I'm a little bit choppy tonight. I get past 7 o'clock and my brain starts to go to sleep. Okay, I'll do my best. Okay, so the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee basically told our contracted refuse and recycling pickup company who's been asking for a number of years now to pick up earlier due to heat issues in the height of the summer on certain days, that yes, go ahead, we'll do a pilot program for basically this summer and see how it goes. What is the feedback from the community? How did it go for the company itself and their employees? This is our first public feedback, so I just wanted to point out that the public will be aware. We will probably, I imagine, get some more of these, and I'm going to ask the staff if we could just keep kind of a track on what the climate is regarding the 6 a.m. pickup. Yeah, Paul.
Just a real quick question. I saw the recommendation too, and I have to do this. I can't put out my trash the night before, given the bear situation. On their route, can they stage their routing such that those neighborhoods that could potentially put their trash out the night before be done first in the morning, and then loop around to the more proximate areas
Right.
to
I mean,
wildlife? I'm just thinking out loud here, because that would be one of the things.
Yeah,
that
and
could
these
happen.
are questions that have been brought up already. And the bears is actually the reason it did not go anywhere last year at all. I think the pilot is to see how it goes, to be honest. I think the comment from the hauler is that a lot more goes into route making than the bears, the bear locale.
But
And
it is
not the bare
different to get it out there
necessity.
by 6 a.m. than by 7 a.m., for example. I mean, that could be a
I
fairly
agree.
significant
What's going to happen
difference.
is people are going to figure out when theirs is getting picked up and, how, inconvenient that is, and we will hear back from them. I can't say where they're going, I mean, I don't know when they start and where they finish.
Well, you answered the question,
Yeah.
was that it had been considered as one of the criteria.
Just to jog my memory, has it begun yet?
No.
No,
so
it's after,
scheduled.
they made it
Memorial
like
Day to
Memorial
Labor
Day to
Day.
Labor Day, like
Yeah.
super easy to remember.
And
Yeah.
it's every day, it's not just certain days they're piloting, right?
Well, the idea is, as far as I understand it, every day they're permitted to start at 6 a.m. I don't know if that's a company decision as to if they will start at 6 a.m. every day, or if they will, I mean, that was also floated, like, can you let us know when you're gonna start at 6? The issue though is, there's no way to get that information out, and then people are going to say, oh, my trash wasn't picked up, well, today was a 6 a.m. day. Like, that becomes a mess, if you can imagine. So this is a change for the region. It's a change by an hour. That's early in the morning, and I understand that makes it onerous for some people. I will also say that a quick Google search of 6 a.m. trash pickup, it's not unusual in the world for 6 a.m. trash pickup. The fact that this to me is, I mean, I am going to look for more feedback. If this is a constant feedback push of this is not working, the bears are getting fat off of our off of our trash.
Do 6 a.m. trash pickup and bears in the same series, and see what you come up with.
Yeah, anyway, so my feeling on this at the start, however, is that this is one of those adaptation things in the climate action and adaptation situation that we're going to be in. Things will be changing due to, I mean, your extreme weather reports that you just received last night, right? So what they're experiencing is extreme heat in the middle of the day, and a lot of trash to pick up really quickly. So, and for a low price as well, I'll add. We get a deal. That's it, thank you.
The only thing I would add to that is just a reminder that was approved as an administrative action by COG staff. So, it wasn't really something that we weighed in on, other than through our committee structure and everything, and there's a potential conflict of the two, that you got climate action that's pushing that, and was public service, but but again, it's a pilot, and I think it's going to be monitored very heavily. As to quote an award-winning manager that I know, "Don't mess with people's trash" is one of his mantras. So we'll
You can
see
get
where that
t-shirts,
goes.
Well, in response to what you said, Rich, I don't
That
want
should
to,
have been in the,
yeah, that should have.
how did we miss that?
I don't want to present the wrong, I don't want to present this incorrectly. This was not agreed upon as a climate issue. The refuse and recycling contract falls under the purview of the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee, as it used to under Public Services. And they, to be fair, they can do this without us agreeing to it. They're trying to be good contractual partners by coming to us and looking for our feedback.
Right.
So, that's all. Thank you.
Good deal. The other one was CA 3B, and I think Eric asked for
Yeah, I
that.
was just curious. It said we got two bids, and apparently Sheets's bid was the lower of the two bids. Yet if I understand it correctly, it's only 3 cents off
So a couple-
retail, which is the same thing I get with my Sheets
Right.
card.
So a couple of things, we actually didn't get two bids. We released two bid packages, only one person bid. So Sheets bid.
Oh, big packages release,
Yes.
okay.
So that's the difference. The first time I bid this, because it says a rebid, I got no bids. So we pushed it back out again. Sheets did bid on it. I do want to, the word retail kind of throws everybody. That's the way Sheets looks because they're not a wholesaler like CMP is, Christoph Mitchell. So that when they talk to me, they talk in terms of retail. We are still not paying taxes, just so everybody knows on that. So it's not like we go to the pump and we pay exactly what's there. They are offering us 3 cents off of what they call retail, less taxes. So,
Okay. So the reason that you don't get more bidders is they don't want to bother with taking the tax off, selling without the tax?
I'm not sure that's completely true. We do have a few criteria that we require them to be in terms of their primary location has to be within the township. They have to have a secondary location within 15 miles. That does somewhat.
Okay, so we're going to them for fuel, they're not
Yes,
filling up
we
tanks
don't. We
here?
don't have a tank,
Oh,
no.
okay.
And that's what the whole
All
issue
right,
is.
I'm confusing this with what I did for many years, where we had
You went
lots
to
of
the-
bidders.
right.
And they were happy to deliver and fill up our
Right.
tanks.
Bulk, yeah.
Yes, in
Okay.
fact, CMP has told me if we had a tank, that would be a completely different story for them.
All right,
They're
never
a
mind,
little bit-
sorry, I
Yep, no,
didn't need to even pull
it's
this.
a
We
good,
use somebody else's.
and it's
Are
a
we getting a
potential
tank?
future discussion.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I
They don't have any room for a tank.
I was gonna say, first off, it's a facility issue, in terms of room. But I also think that there are other issues. We have received over the years very good service from being able, whether it was CMP, it has been Sheets on occasion. And they're willing to do the necessary bookkeeping arrangements that we require. And so I would say that even though these may not be the best prices that we might conceivably receive, if in fact we had our own tank, that the value-added services that we get, the ability to track through obviously computerized systems is really much more value than what we would be able to provide unless we really
Sure. Okay.
expanded.
So we drive our front loader up to the Sheets pump and fill up?
Well, we do it at the CMP right now because they're our current one, but yeah, we're gonna have to. If they've,
I mean, is that cost effective to drive the whole way down to Sheets?
well, the one we would go to is the one by the mall, which is really close to the shop.
Yeah.
That's our primary.
And the other
Versus
element,
putting one at the shop? Like a tank, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Versus putting one at the shop. I mean, I guess I'll trust in staff that we've done that analysis, but, you know, it just seems odd.
I assumed there was a tank at the Public Works facility,
Yeah.
so I assumed wrong.
There has not been a tank since the new building, since actually before this building was constructed and Public Works used to be located in the basement.
sure. And there's a whole risk management
That's
aspect
the
of it as
other
Yeah,
well.
right, and permitting and
Permitting,
Oh,
liability,
yeah, obviously,
weights
yeah.
and measures.
environmental.
I would
waste.
say the CMP is a much
I
more
don't think you have weight.
convenient.
Oh, it's absolutely much more
Where's
convenient.
CMP at?
That is
That's
on
Clyde Avenue.
Clyde.
It's right
So it's
next
one,
to it.
it's the next street
Is that
down.
Pacific Pride?
Pacific Pride, yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
very good. Paul, yeah.
And that's a
It's an
vehicle.
unrelated question, but on that, I noticed that the estimated budget impact is over 10,000, or 100,000, excuse me, versus
Yeah.
40. That's 2.5x. Is there any, I mean, I know diesel is probably driving a good chunk of that. But are there any other things that changed in that calculation other than the cost of the fuel?
No, so this is an estimation, because we never know exactly how much
Yeah.
we're gonna use each year. So to try to bid this apples to apples, where the CMP does give what they call a wholesale price, Sheets is quoting a retail price. Sheets will give us a cost, a savings off of that, CMP adds to theirs. So I had to try to come up with a way to somehow compare them apples to apples. I basically said on the week before the bid is due, what are you paying for gas that particular day? Because it changes every day.
I was just gonna say, the volatility here
It
is
absolutely
the
changes every
issue,
day.
right?
So, in doing so, those are the prices that Sheets is quoting, and then the 3 cents off of it. The 100,000 is strictly the estimated gallons of the gas and/or diesel
As of
times the
that day.
price added up, you know.
As of the day that you took the
Right,
snapshot.
right. Now, the budget was based on what we did last year. Last year's prices were 198, 139, that type of thing, totally different this year.
Yeah.
So again, it is truly a budget number, it's an estimation. If prices continue to go up, it's very possible we're gonna be at the 100.
It could go over that. That was
Absolutely.
that was the nature
Yes.
of my question.
And-
That's
but
not necessary.
Yeah, and the contract is written that, if the prices start to go down, we go down with it. So it is whatever the daily price of the fuel
Okay.
is.
I just wasn't sure whether any of the other parameters changed, but
No.
it's strictly just
No.
a straight line.
Right.
That's
That
what
is,
the price of
yes.
the fuel. Okay,
Yes.
all right, that was the nature of my question. That's all
Cool.
I had.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Anything else on those two consent agenda items? If not, I'll accept a motion to approve CA2C and CA3B.
So moved.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I did.
Okay, thanks.
1, 2.
Okay? OB1, Thompson Woods Preserve Governance. Adam?
Yes, as we have discussed on numerous occasions, we have a need to improve the governance situation with respect to Thompson Woods Preserve. And as promised, by the end of May, we have now a draft document that we believe will actually be able to be forwarded to the borough to continue those conversations with the expectation that we will form a governance group to be able to provide that additional oversight for Thompson Woods Preserve. What's before you is an intermunicipal governmental agreement. This has been reviewed by our solicitor, Louis Glantz, as to form the intermunicipal governmental agreements. Basically are formal acknowledgements that enable municipalities to do things jointly that tend to cross municipal boundaries. And this is a good example of that type of a situation. Both the borough and College Township own portions of what is known collectively as Thompson Woods Preserve. We have a larger balance of acreage, the borough a much smaller balance. But in terms of providing governance, it makes sense to work together. We have had conversations with borough staff. Amy has participated in those as well. With respect to establishing this kind of an arrangement. The ball had been left in our court. This is the culmination of the work that College Township has done. It is available here this evening for council's inspection and input. If there are any comments, we will do our best to incorporate those. But if this is otherwise generally acceptable, the intent would be for council to move to authorize the manager to submit this to the borough manager for the borough's review.
Excellent. I think I'm back to you, Carla. Start us out, please.
Yeah, sure. This looks awesome. Okay, so my only question, if you wouldn't mind, is I see that there's the governance committee and the advisory committee. I'm assuming that the advisory committee is very much like the technical advisory committees that we have in place for things in other areas. Is there a reason we're not calling this a technical advisory committee?
No, there are clearly some technicians that technical expertise that's represented here on that committee, obviously Clearwater Conservancy, Parks and Rec, and then.
I guess we have the homeowner association.
But you do have a couple of homeowner association
Right.
representatives, and I mean, we could certainly call it that, but I think that was the reason we just chose the more
Advisory
generic
committee.
advisory.
Okay. So could you help me understand then, just, let's say, I guess, can you just flesh out the difference between the two real quick?
Sure.
As far as, like, what their
Role.
product is.
Sure. I think that the advisory committee would basically be dealing with the initiation of projects,
Oh,
for example.
okay.
So, for example, we have had in the past, council has received presentations from specifically Clearwater Conservancy about a couple of different things. One being dealing with invasive species and a process for pursuing how to deal with invasive species.
Right,
in the
helping the
preserve.
undergrowth, things,
Also,
yeah.
and I'm gonna use, the reforestation
Yeah.
has also come forward from Clearwater. The thought here is that the advisory committee would basically vet that and reach some kind of a consensus, and then take that to the governance committee, who would then, ask its questions, get all the numbers, and then basically be responsible for taking a formal recommendation to the individual municipalities for funding. So I think that is an example of how that would work.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know as a novice in these things that I am looking, these pages aren't numbered.
Right.
Right there, my first comment. I'm in Article 4, Authority and Powers, looking at the difference between Governance Committee and Advisory Committee.
Okay.
And what you just described is not what I get out of that. I saw it almost as the Governance Committee, so, making requests for maintenance and repairs. So you're saying the appropriate parties are the municipalities. So maybe, I don't know, I'm just letting you know, to me, it read as if the governance committee, I couldn't figure out what the advisory committee did, except for maybe answer some questions given by the governance committee. And maybe I'm the only one who struggled to flesh that out of this. I kind of want these roles to be clear, just because we're working with a lot of people. And so, I guess the governance committee could come up with their own projects, but if that's not the goal, then I think.
It's kind of missing the word initiate
Yeah,
in the advisory committee.
Which is good feedback. The terminology under Article 4, under Advisory Committee, talks about technical recommendations. And again, just thinking about a specific type of a project, so invasive species reduction. That they would initiate that conversation within the Advisory Committee. They would discuss how that should be done. They would identify the types of things that.
okay, so when I see technical recommendations, I just read when the governance committee asks for it on their projects that they want to do. Do you know what I'm saying? Technical recommendations could be, hey, don't do it hey, when you're doing that project, here's how I recommend you do it.
Identify issues, initiate.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Identify
there needs to be
identify
more
issues, that's a good one too there.
starting
Okay,
words
okay, this
in
is
there
good.
maybe.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and sorry I didn't come
Not
with-
just respond to what the governance might throw at them.
Yeah, do
Kind
they
of the other way
solely
Yes.
serve the governance?
And
Yeah,
and
advisory throws stuff at
The
the
advisory
governance.
committee throws
Right.
it, my understanding was they threw it to governance, and then governance had to deal with it.
Well, make decisions.
Well,
make decisions.
and I'm wondering if there's a reason the governance is first and advisory is second on the list. And this is just, again,
no.
I'm reading it from just a
Governance
layman's-
has the ultimate responsibility, authority, correct? Is
Right.
it under the,
Right.
that would be why I
Okay.
would think.
Well,
that would be-
right,
Okay.
it was intended to try to represent a hierarchy.
Okay, so maybe just some
responsibility.
initiate words in the advisory committee
Identify,
would help.
Yeah,
Identify
I like
issues.
that. I think that
Yep.
helps to
Yep.
clarify what the role of
Yeah.
the advisory committee
Right.
is. I think that is clearly what the intent was.
That makes me feel much better because
Okay.
from everything else, that's what I got. But then when I was reading through this, I was not
So-
sure then what.
So does the advisory committee serve solely at the discretion of the governance committee then? They're not gonna take unilateral action, they're gonna take action if the governance committee asks. I think that's what we're trying to figure out,
well,
right?
okay, so think about it from like an agenda standpoint. Would the advisory committee set their own agenda? Or would the governance committee be feeding their agenda? And I think it's potentially a little bit of
I
both.
do think it's a little bit of both. I
All
think that the advisory committee was intended to be able to bring things forward through the hierarchy, number one. But I also think that they are available to respond to specific requests that may come, bigger picture items that need some additional fleshing out would be pushed down from the governance committee to the advisory
Right.
committee. For some of that technical,
Well, then add that too, it's not just initiating, it's also initiating and responding.
gotcha.
Yeah, two capacities.
Yes. Yeah, and an example would be our planning commission. You know, they have a program of work that they do things and they push forward. We don't give them enough time to do that probably, but they also react to, council requests and everything
That
like
was the analogy I was thinking.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Carl.
That's good.
So
Okay.
thanks for going along with
That's
that.
the kind of feedback.
Anything else, Carl?
Right, no, that was it.
Excellent. Dustin?
Nothing further. I had some confusion on that as well.
Excellent. Eric?
Yeah, a related question to what we were just talking about. When we go to that, I'm looking for the, give me just a second. Yeah, it would be page 6 of the agreement, page 7 overall. The fourth bullet under governance committee is providing a forum for the public on matters related to the preserve. Following what we just talked about, would the advisory committee be a better place to take public input or not? And I'm just asking, I don't have an opinion, because it seems like if it happens to the governance committee, it's going to get kicked back to the advisory committee, right, to get vetted in all likelihood?
If it's something that needs to be acted upon, I would tend to think that that would be the case.
Okay.
But I think, I
So the
actually.
thought is we would vet those public requests or the governance
We-
committee would vet them. If they find them to have merit, it would get kicked back to advisory committee, and then possibly some form of that would come back to the governance committee.
It's almost like a remand.
that-
Okay.
We
well,
vet,
That's the way that
the
I would
governance would
envision.
determine whether they support that and then remand it potentially for words
Okay.
to the advisory committee.
Just a couple more quick questions. Going back then up to page 6, page 5 of the agreement. I lost it. It's actually, yeah. The makeup of the committee, of the governance committee, one CRPA appointee that shall not be a representative from the township or the borough. Does that mean they will not live in the township or the borough?
Well,
They won't be one of the two of
they
them.
won't be either a borough resident, or a borough, I'm
All
sorry.
right, so
a
it wouldn't be their
borough
appointee to
Or the
CRPA.
College Township appointee to the Central Region
So it would
Parks
be
and Recreation
an
Authority.
authority board member, not an authority employee, like someone
Correct.
from Pam's staff.
No,
It would clearly be an authority member,
it would be an authority member,
appointee, okay.
appointee.
Yeah, I should have just read it. And then, when we have up to 3 representatives with no more than 1 from each of the following, if we don't have a Center County Conservation District appointee, we just have 1 less member, right? It's not like we're gonna have 2 DCNR folks. So if they choose not to have a representative, then they don't have representation.
Right.
Okay. And then the last question, under Article 5, financial obligation, by the way, thanks for getting this together. I know this has been very difficult to do because we have had to take the lead. And not only take the lead, we have had to keep pushing this, so I don't want to lose that. Under financial obligations, the 2 paragraphs, I'm trying to understand what then would fall under the first paragraph that isn't included in the second paragraph. For example, the township and borough should be solely responsible for any financial obligations related to maintenance, preservation, etc. And then the second paragraph says, for investments that maintain, preserve, enhance, or any other,
Yeah, I think they're one and the same.
that's what I'm thinking. So everything's gonna follow that formula. Okay. I was trying to figure out,
Yeah, I can't at the moment contemplate something that would fall outside.
Side of that, okay. So there's really no distinction between the two
Well-
paragraphs.
I mean,
And if there is, then what would the formula be?
can I ask an example? If the borough wants to put a bench on their side, right? That's not something that, maintains, preserves, enhances the entire preserve. I think that's the
Put a fence just
A
on their
bench.
side?
No, a bench.
bench.
A bench.
Oh, yeah, let's put a fence
Yeah,
right down the
I
middle.
mean, I think
see.
that's a good, I thought that's a good idea.
No more agreement.
But-
It's been
but I think
suggested.
that-
It's
I
been
think that first paragraph does allow for potential, although I honestly can't foresee individual municipalities doing something solely within their municipality that the other municipality wouldn't want to participate in some way, shape, or form. But I suppose it leaves the door open to contemplate those individual kinds of actions.
Yeah.
So if, for example, Walnut Spring Park is immediately adjacent, and some would say kind of bleeds into Thompson Woods Preserve, and they have a wetland demonstration project in that vicinity.
The 10 million trees planting with the Chesapeake Bay or a different one?
No, this is a different one.
Okay.
It's a smaller kind of a woodland.
Oh,
I don't
down
know
With
where-
the observation deck.
Yeah, and so maybe they would choose to expand that so that it would actually be in Thompson Woods Preserve, but still within the boundaries of the borough. That may or may not be something that both municipalities would choose to participate in, and perhaps they would simply fund that. So I think that the first paragraph provides for the ability to do that.
You know what, I'm mistaken. The last two words of the first paragraph is larger preserve. It's, the first paragraph is also, I apologize, Eric. I see Eric's point here, is also talking about the larger preserve. Maybe it's just,
Maybe if it would have just stopped there and said otherwise strictly benefits their individual
Ownership stake.
portion or something, I don't know, that's what confused me, so, all right, it's there, it's not a, I don't wanna hold this process up, I was just
yeah, no,
curious.
just maybe a little bit of clarity in there.
Wordsmith,
Well,
we can.
well, yeah, you got that, and they're gonna come back with comments and things like
Yeah.
that, so we're gonna get another bite at
I don't wanna lose sight of my comment that this is great, and I appreciate with everything else that's been going on in the township that we're to this point where we're moving this forward. I know we still gotta keep pushing it through the borough, but it's a good start.
Anything else there? Good? Paul?
No, just to build on that, I mean, this draft agreement represents a lot of work on behalf of Adam and staff, and I'm really pleased to see it. It is a matter of some urgency and a great deal of importance, particularly to the nearby residents and the folks like myself who are, if not daily, at least regular users and visitors to the preserve. So I just want to be really clear, and it says this in here, but I want anybody who's watching to realize or appreciate this does not change or modify any of the underlying or existing agreements, the management plan, any of the property covenants, anything. This is strictly about how do we address issues when they arise that we have struggled in the past because of missing clarity about who had responsibility for these things. But I can tell you, as being a resident of Center Hills Village, I would love to see this tomorrow. So anything we can do to move it forward would be great.
Yeah, it's an excellent
It is a
excellent
lot of work.
mechanism. It was a missing mechanism in the underlying documents.
Absolutely.
And everything, so I think it's important and helps us get over that hump. My only comment, and it's only because of the discussion here, is maybe under the governance committee, should there be something under there about remanding things or tasking the advisory committee with things? I don't know that it.
I mean, that additional clarity.
It talks about coordinating the work and initiatives recommended by the advisory committee, but doesn't show that other element that, hey, we can ping the advisory committee under our overarching
To
lead.
refer
Yeah,
issues.
refer issues, or projects, issues, you know, et cetera, yeah.
Got it?
I did have one.
Yep.
Just one question, Adam. Again, I forgot to mention too, I thought it was an excellent document. So, will these committees be involved with any development of code or implementation of code? I mean, is that something that we need to mention?
Policies and procedures kind of thing?
Yeah, ordinances per Thompson Woods.
No, that's the underlying
That-
documents.
Yeah,
isn't it?
those would, essentially, the recommendations for those things would be brought through the hierarchy. So the governance committee could ask the advisory committee to work on some of those kinds of things. It could then go back to the governance committee, and the governance committee could choose to pass those on to the individual municipalities for their consideration. But they have no power or authority to set rules and regulations. That is an obligation, not an obligation, that is responsibility that remains with the municipalities.
Exactly. But, so, and please pardon me if I don't know the history on this. Because this is one entity, so we could possibly have different ordinances for our acreage versus the borough acreage. And is this agreement not to come together and have the same rules and obligations and abidance, right? I mean, isn't that
It's
where
sure
we're going?
gonna suggest it and seek it and all that kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, they are separate municipalities and potential is there, but
Yeah.
boy, we're sure gonna try to
Yeah, I mean,
avoid it.
the
Preserve.
potential, that potential would exist, that's correct. I think the reality would be something quite different. I think that the individual municipalities would basically work collectively, work together to accommodate each other's concerns and issues, and to adopt an identical set of rules and regulations. I really do. I mean, again, the vast majority of the acreage resides within College Township. And if we felt that there was a particular regulation that needed to be implemented, I think it's a matter of making a cogent argument to the borough about why it's needed. And my hope and my belief is that given the degree of cooperation that we have when we work with the borough and other things, I would tend to think that we would be successful in having those things be consensus agreement.
Or we could enforce it to 84.4%, effectiveness.
Yeah, yeah.
4-3.
Okay, Adam, do you have?
Yeah, I made
you
a couple of
understand?
notes. I think my request would be, given some wordsmithing and some changes, what we would do is we would simply put out a second draft to council, so you could see what we would be then, with your approval, sending on to the borough.
I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with this, knowing that it's gonna come back with comments and everything anyway.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable getting it moving forward, with, you know, based on our I think you understand where we're coming from and everything. So if we're comfortable with that, we would just have a motion or a
Yeah,
consensus?
it's just a motion to authorize the manager to forward the draft, I'm sorry, now I can't even remember what it's called. Intermunicipal cooperation agreement and a resolution onto the borough for their review and
As,
Yeah,
with the
comments.
comments.
Just a little title.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
thank you.
Motion
Thank you.
carries. Do us good, Adam.
Do us proud.
good.
Already done that.
Okay, MB1, request for qualifications, form-based code. Ms. Shoch.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to try to get a PowerPoint presentation up. But to start off, we're here tonight as a direct result of our joint meeting Council and the Planning Commission had back in March. The Planning Commission and Council at that meeting both came to a consensus to move forward with the preparation of an RFQ for a firm or team to come together to implement the Dale Summit Area Plan specifically for form-based code. Mike and I have been working together to prepare the facts together with from the Dale Summit Area Plan and the request for proposal. We had a white paper. We just took everything together and incorporated it into one request for qualifications. One of the first steps in the process was to get the Planning Commission's input on this, and as William stated, that happened last evening. So why an RFQ? We chose an RFQ and not an RFP because at this early stage, although we have the Dale Summit Area Plan pretty much where we want to have it, we're still not 100% sure of the scope and really what we're searching to do. So an RFQ allows the township to identify that scope and qualified firms who can then work with us to determine or massage the scope that we have prepared. And cost also is factored in because cost usually is negotiated with the firm towards the end with negotiations rather than put together in the RF, like they would be in an RFP. So the RFQ is pretty extensive, of course. We have 10 sections, and staff determined we need to establish the why and the what, which contains the facts and the background information. And the heart of the RFQ really is the qualifications. Then we get to the rest, the next 5 sections. The first 5 steps identify the need and the wants. The last 5 steps gets into the weeds regarding the process to submit, interview, hire a consultant, and or a team of consultants. So we put together a schedule to keep the forward momentum of the process going. The first phase is screening. We're going to the plan is to issue the RFQ on June 6th. We're gonna hold an optional pre-submission meeting. This optional meeting will occur with everyone in the room or on the call at one time. Whoever's interested in coming, we're going to answer their questions, then we'll put together a Q&A and attach that as an addendum so everyone can have the same fair advantage moving forward with the rest of the process. Making the submission deadline August 1st, and we'll start reviewing and selecting the finalists and doing interviews during late summer, August into September. So going up to issuance of the RFQ, there are, I just checked the American Planning Association's website, and they have about 19 consultants out right now. And I'm searching through them, and they all seem pretty good. And there's been some, there's a wide variety of different consultants nationwide. And a lot of them have dealt specifically with form-based code. So those are the ones we'd like to identify and then send those out then to them specifically. The next phase of the schedule talks to the selection and gets to the project commencement. So we'd like to select the consultant in October of this year, negotiate and execute contracts, notice to proceed by the end of the year with the project commencing in January of 2023. Staff is anticipating this process should take 12 to 24 months, and William was just giving his report and indicated that we saw 5 revisions of a process flowchart. So when form-based code drafts are coming back to the Planning Commission and Council, it may take a little bit longer. But, we like to be thorough, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
What else was she saying?
So now we get back to the feedback on the RFQ, and the Planning Commission did have the opportunity last night to look at this. Some of their, and eventually, once I read through the Planning Commission's recommendations, I'll pause and then give council the opportunity to provide feedback on this specific question. So regarding the qualifications, and anything being added or revised. The Planning Commission suggested that we expand the demographic evaluation and projection, the ability to distill complex concepts into easily understood text. I mean, that's really what we all try to do. What we've been trying to do with our ordinances lately is just make them readable to anyone that's coming in. And form-based code is going to be difficult, so that's going to be a really important factor in understanding this code in this format. They also discussed legal work and if, you know, what kind of who will be involved in the team of consultants coming in, if they'll have attorneys and so forth. And then experience with environmentally challenging locations. They also requested a flow chart of the team indicating the project manager and the core team. Sometimes when you get an RFQ, you see the resumes and the list of who's going to be working on the project. They're usually the principals of the firm, but we want to know who's going to be here with us, their feet on the ground, you know, getting into the weeds with us. So then they talked about a potential for a background check, going above and beyond what we would do for the references. And then consideration of insurance coverage if this is going to be a pretty costly process. So that is what the Planning Commission had to say regarding qualifications. So now I'll stop and I'll let council, you're more than welcome to expand on what the Planning Commission's recommendation would be or provide some of your own.
Okay, so you either expand, concur, or not support those recommendations?
That
I
sounds
think
good to me, yeah.
Okay. I think I'm starting with Dustin.
So this threw me off a little bit because I just went down through and made mine by section and letter. So section 4, letter F is the only one that I had a comment on.
Okay.
And it starts with strong urban design, etc. You can find it.
Page 5 of 13 of the RFQ.
7 in ours.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought we'd just be looking at this. Yeah, so to me, just in general, it says strong urban design, planning, and architectural skills. The description following that does not fit that title. That the expectation of the consultant or the consultant team be comprised of multidisciplinary professionals with appropriate certifications. Well, that's all well and good, and I think that should be the fact, that they should be multidisciplinary, but I don't think that's specific to strong urban design, planning, and architectural skills. All right, I mean, maybe we want to expand upon that. Also, just in general, in section 4, you know, we talk about, and maybe this is kind of up here, we talk about in our vision statement, multimodal transportation being very important, right? I think that's somewhere in the vision statement. I didn't see that at all in the qualifications, any experience with multimodal or building out any of that transportation infrastructure. So I think maybe we need that in there. That's all I got for section 4.
Thank you.
Excellent. Is there any of the Planning Commission recommendations that you could not support?
Oh, yeah, thanks, bringing me back. Oh, and before I go on, this is extensive, this was great. I spent most of my afternoon reading this, don't tell Phillips. But, this is also, so, the great document. I feel like a background check's a little over the top. I don't know what we have to pay for that, but other than that, I think
Well,
pretty good.
William, any thoughts on why that was recommended? And it's okay to say no?
I think when that came up, what they really wanted to understand was that they had experience, and the background check would dig into what kind of experience that was. I'm not talking about legal background check. I think they were talking about a background check on the firm itself.
If they claim to be an expert on this, they actually have.
So
And
so
not-
essentially references then? I mean,
Isn't that for us to do?
Pardon?
I mean, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Isn't a background check for us to do? Like, they're gonna perform their own background check? I guess that's the question.
We have to, this is what they claim to be, we have to confirm that.
We have to
that-
Right. Well,
Validate,
we
yes.
call their references and find out how,
Yes.
what, yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yep.
want to make
The tenor
sure
of
that
the-
they followed through, you know, the entire way with the last project that they worked on and make sure there weren't any legal issues or anything like that. So just to
They
make
actually worked on the project that they're claiming to have worked on.
Yes, exactly.
The specific thing they were wrestling with was it's sometimes the people who come in and sell their firm are very good, their credentials are perfect, they say all the right things. And then when we get the people on the team,
Yep.
and we start looking at who's really going to do it, we find out that maybe they're just starting, maybe they're brand new people or things like
right.
that.
Yeah.
And so when we look at what they were saying, I think what the tenor of the discussion was, they want to know that this is a real firm who can deliver, and we're not, and they didn't, and their concern was maybe that wasn't coming out in the qualifications.
They're not just a conceptual
Oh, I
firm,
see.
and then once they get our contract, to go out and hire a bunch of new people.
No, and that makes sense now. It does say notice, so basically, all it will be is a sentence in here that says, FYI, an extensive team background check will be performed. That's the only
There wasn't a
addition.
legal check or anything like that.
Yeah, yeah, and not a
didn't
check,
come up.
they need to.
You're putting them on notice that
Yeah.
you're gonna, don't tell us stories, because we're gonna,
Right, and I agree with
Taking
that.
notes.
Good, okay, and my last one on the bottom bullet, experience environmentally challenging locations. I guess maybe it would help to define what's environmentally challenging about the El Summit area.
I'm not I think the words they were using was, for example, does this area have any kind of brown dirt issues in
Yeah,
it
brown
already?
fields.
And do they have experience with those kinds of issues, perhaps, if that's part of the area we're talking about? Does that make, and
does.
we
I
do
mean,
have areas in the College Township
Sure.
with some issues.
Sure, I mean, you know, we used to have a junkyard, in the middle of the area that's under consideration. We used to have 2 junkyards in the area
Yes.
that were under consideration. We also have, production water wells that are in the area. So, I mean, there are some environmental type issues, and I think it's a relevant comment, actually.
Yeah.
Just, and again, whether that information is information that we provide as part of our description, our our introduction to the project.
And for example, we have an industrial area, is there any brown dirt issues in there?
Exactly,
And do they have
sure.
experience with that?
Sure, absolutely, the corning, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a
Reference
good highlight. I
maybe.
think we just need to define it further for them.
Good.
okay? Good, Dustin?
Just-
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
You
Eric?
may want to just stick around.
Yeah, hang out, buddy.
I have a feeling.
Eric?
Are we just commenting on the planning commission recommendations at this point?
No. That's a format, yeah, we will comment on those, but if you have your own individual ones, as Dustin did, we absolutely want to bring those forward.
Well,
It's just on section 4, though.
Yeah, qualifications.
You're gonna go over with the,
Well, we're gonna go through the entire,
All
yeah.
all of them, but
Because there is another.
and the planning commission recommendations are specific to section 4.
Yes, you'll,
those ones are,
you'll see
yeah.
the sections come up where there's actually a lot of content being asked for.
And
Where
I see.
the commissioners were simply commenting on what they saw.
Okay, then, as far as the first one goes, I don't know why that first bullet needs to be added, it's already in here. We're already asking for them to include those things under qualifications. I mean, if they, most of them should show up under qualifications. If you feel necessary to specifically add those in,
There was a comment, like, they should have experience in Pennsylvania. Maybe not, I'm just.
I would be careful.
You paint
Because
yourself
if you
into a
put that in
corner.
there, then you need to weight that, and you may find that works against you. That's just my thought.
I see your point, I'm just sharing with you what was said. There is
Yep.
You think that's important until you see what comes in, and you say, ooh, geez, these folks who aren't from Pennsylvania have a lot more relevant experience. Anyways, flow chart, absolutely. That should be included. They should show the hours that each of the people whose big fancy resumes that are included in there are actually going to contribute to the project, for all the reasons you noted. I've been down this road before where, they end up putting interns on the project. But that should all be spelled out in flow chart or matrix or whatever. And again, extensive team background check will be performed. That's not really necessary. I don't think. I mean, that's part of our reference checks. And I don't know anything about insurance coverage. I know with us, at CAT all those years, that was required because that was a string that was attached to the grant money that we used
I think
to
the
fund
comment,
the payment for it.
I think the intent was to say it should be a real firm that's bonded and insured to conduct business as
Again,
consultants.
we would find that out through
Yes.
our, so I think it,
The one aspect of this, I think that it's important, some of this may or may not come through in the actual response that is produced to us. But there's additional steps in the process for us, one of which is after we identify firms that we believe are firms that we may want to talk to, in that interview process, we have the opportunity to ask virtually anything, all of this.
It's a vetting process.
Isn't that the difference
It's a vetting
between an
process.
RFQ and an RFP?
It
I mean,
is.
in an RFP, you're laying out specifically everything you're
We're
looking
getting
for.
to-
That's almost too granular. At this level, you're just sort of,
I think that's a good point.
and that may be where the confusion lies, is people looking at RFP documents.
That's what they're primarily used to.
right, RFQ is a different beast in my mind.
Yep.
And what Adam said is 100% correct. We
think
don't
you-
want to box ourselves in too tight with this kind of stuff in the RFQ, because theoretically, then you have to consider that when weighting and evaluating them, and that determines the cutoff line for who you're going to bring in for the interview.
And there is some of that in the document she's gonna present. This is really just the front end, it gets a little more
Sure.
tedious when you get in the other sections.
I didn't mean to jump.
Those were my
No, no,
thoughts.
you're
Yeah,
great.
the,
You're great.
the one comment I wanted to make, and Lindsay touched on it in her opening statements, I mean, there's a distinct difference between an RFQ and an RFP. An RFP is, you know what it is that you are after, and you are seeking that input, and here's how we're going to do this for you, and here's what we're going to do for you, and here's how much it's going to cost you. RFQ is clearly where we're at, because we believe we understand what the process is, but we don't have it nailed down. And the consultants that we choose that have the expertise need to be able to work with us to develop an appropriate scope of work, as opposed to we defining a specific scope of work. And therein lies the difference between RFQ.
And knowing what we don't know.
Well, here's a follow-up question then to that is, do we, and is this normal to do? Do we require at all that they be experienced helping to define a scope of work? I mean, if in the same regard, if a company's very much used to only responding to RFPs and working with, I have no idea.
Yeah, the answer is, I don't believe so.
Okay, I mean,
I don't think that's necessary. because
Not
these-
necessary,
Yeah, these
okay.
companies, these companies can respond to an RFP if that's what they're asked to respond to. But the type of consulting group that I'm anticipating that we're gonna be dealing with almost always responds to RFQs such as this.
Okay.
I honestly, and they understand that there may
what it
be
means to
a
help
way to
define that.
redefine whatever you think your scope of work might be.
I just want to add, overall, planning commission liked what they saw. It was a very good presentation yesterday. What you're seeing here are just some comments they threw
Sure.
out that were, but none of it was intended to be critical. In fact, it was a really fine presentation. And
So they're generally accepting of the RFQ process?
yes,
Okay, because, I mean,
I see
I wasn't shy about suggesting in the meeting that we ought to go RFQ route, and I think for good reason, so I'm hoping that everyone is on board.
Yeah.
And they spoke about that. They spoke about their experiences with all that. So there was an attempt to understand it, and they settled into, and the presentation was excellent yesterday. So just,
Mike did it.
Oh,
Exactly, yeah.
It was persuasive. It was.
He did a good job.
Eric Moore?
I think we have too much RFP in some of the other sections, which we'll get to, but that's all I have for this section.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I think the comments about it being an RFQ are very relevant. You know, at first, this struck me as very comprehensive, but then, you know, Dustin's mention of the multimodal underscores sometimes we don't know what we don't know, or sometimes we're asking for the wrong thing.
Or not asking.
Or not asking the right thing. So I think, you know, one thing in here might be to be explicit that we're looking to solicit other issues or areas of expertise that may not be specified here, and just be open and honest that we don't think we have all the answers. For example.
We acknowledge up front that we don't.
Yeah,
have
we
all the
don't.
answers.
We're looking for guidance. And so one of the areas that struck me when I was reading through this, you know, again, I think multimodal made great sense. Funding. Can you potentially write code in a way that would attract economic development monies? And do they have any expertise in that? Writing code so that, you know, it could assist us in redeveloping the area. At the same time, legal work, I don't know what that means, but it occurred to me that we would want to have somebody who had some legal expertise or experience relative to challenges, because I imagine an appeal in a form-based code world is quite different from a zoning hearing board like we're used to. So I think those kinds of things would be very useful, and they're not necessarily specified here, but I think they're categories of things that we ought to focus on.
Well, they are mentioned in, all the way down in the weighting. We have 10 points or something specifically for experience in form-based coding. Doesn't say legal.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, like, I'm just saying, let's identify some of the categories of things that we want. We want somebody who maybe has expertise in
Defending.
stimulating economic development, or in addressing legal challenges, or, you know, I'm thinking out loud here, but to me, that's what the purpose of an RFQ is, and I think this conversation has helped solidify that in my mind, that that's what we should be looking for, and not getting into the weeds too much. But I will say that this represents an awful lot of hard work, and I appreciated the amount of detail that went into it, and thank you to the staff for putting this together, because I think it was a great document to work from. But again, I don't think we know everything we need to know.
Sure.
That was it for me.
Carla, I think you were.
Yeah, so I actually just want to point out one thing, and that is, adding the written planning commission recommendations in one day from having that meeting, so that we can look at it in this format is awesome.
We took good notes.
That's what she did all afternoon.
Yeah, no, I know. But I just wanted to point that out, because if we can do more things like that, then I think it really helps us gather the planning commission's work and time and thought that they've put into some of these things, and then we're able to really kind of like dig our teeth
Yeah.
into both of them at the same time. So that's it for me as far as the qualifications.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the qualifications, but everything's been said.
Right, yeah, I agree. I think our peers have nailed the comments. So we'll continue on to
Yeah, just adding to that, I think one of the comments that was made last night, was that organic qualifications, the suggestion was, we don't need someone who's saying, one of the things they're gonna advise us on is how to find an attorney to do this for us. You know, they need to have some organic capabilities to help us with code and so forth. I don't even know what that means, other than to say, they're not gonna be advising us on hiring more people or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I don't know if that even matters.
It's valid. Lindsay, you're going to lead us through
Yep.
section 5?
So we have section 5, the suggested scope of work. And again, we have the planning commission's feedback. And so the questions here that we asked the planning commission, does the suggested scope of work meet your expectation? Should anything be added or revised? So the planning commission's recommendations, like we just talked about, changing the scope. We talked about scope creep and, you know, what it's gonna take to, you know, if they've had experience in changing scope throughout the process, how they did it and how it worked out. Evaluation of current demographics and projections for future, you know, that's just something that hopefully they know to just put, you know, add into our plan, although we do have some already in the Dale Summit area plan. Utility capacity, that was an interesting one that they talked about, current and future, to accommodate proposed growth, and the explanation of their vision and approach for developing and implementing form-based code in a more suburban setting, because a lot of the examples that we looked at over the past few months were really urban settings. More and more municipalities, even in Pennsylvania, are starting, smaller municipalities are starting to implement form-based code. The small borough that's near Hemphill Township, where the casino is in Westmoreland County, they're implementing form-based code right now. They have a very small staff, so I haven't had an opportunity to get down into it with them, but it's good to know that we have other smaller municipalities out there doing it. But we want to see what the consultant's qualifications are for meeting this type of suburban setting.
Excellent.
So now
Is it back to me? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Eric, you got this first.
Well, this is a tough one for me because I think there's way too much detail in here already. You know, aside from the headings and the bullet points, I think we're too far into the weeds and way too specific in all of these. So adding more just creates more heartburn for me. However, process for approving change of scope, that's to me reasonable. Everybody changes the scope no matter what they say. If explanation of their vision and approach for developing and implementing form-based code in if they haven't given us examples of it in a suburban setting, then they haven't familiarized themselves with our project, and that should be considered when we evaluate them, or when we consider who to move forward. But, I mean, if there's support for adding those first three bullet items, I'm fine, because I think we're already overly detailed, so a few more details probably doesn't matter.
Adam, you want to speak to that?
Well, your point is well taken. You could easily eliminate everything except the numbers.
yeah.
And still be able to, we have provided an explanation of what we believe is a relevant scope of work within each of those numbered items. And I don't know that we absolutely have to do that, because that scope, again, given the RFQ process, and I think this is your point, Eric, the RFQ process is set up to ultimately lead us to work with the consultant
To develop a scope.
to develop the scope. And this is, and I think it's an excellent point that you're making here, this is almost dictating.
It's almost an RFP.
It almost
Yes.
is an RFP.
That was my comment.
Yeah, again, you're painting yourself into a corner.
So
Yes.
I will say here that the point's well taken, and I believe that should council make a determination to eliminate some, most, or all of what is here, and keeping some of the numbered bullet points that we have there, I think that would serve an appropriate purpose.
At a minimum, the sentence right before you get into that shouldn't say, services outlined in the response will include
Yes.
May include.
May
Could
include
include.
examples of.
So maybe,
Potential
you know,
examples.
that wording change and some paring back of that would make me a lot happier, but, you know, I'm open to.
Right. Lindsay, did I see you had something?
Yeah, I want to note that the Form-Based Code Institute has a sample RFQ out there, so we use that as a model.
Okay.
And
to
that's
use.
what this is
All
modeled
of
off
this was
of?
in there?
Yeah, we've expanded the wording a little
Okay.
beyond, but I
But the
mean,
bullet points, the,
Yep, the outlines, I mean, those
okay, so we
are
wouldn't,
just,
I'm not suggesting we necessarily eliminate any of them.
I understand you said we can keep the numbers, and we can definitely bring this down a lot.
A sentence or two, maybe.
So is there, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, I read it as this also helps flesh out some of the specifics of what we believe we need in this. You don't wanna throw the baby out with the bathwater maybe by just getting rid of all of that narrative. That would be my fear, to go too far in the opposite direction. But I do think putting a caveat in there, so to your point, you don't paint yourself into a corner. Give yourself that latitude to say may, will, could.
At a minimum.
Yeah, or should be considered in your response.
They
you
can
know?
offer alternatives. Hey,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying, but here's
exactly.
what we did here, and it worked better.
I know the
Yeah,
form-based
they come
code
back and
folks-
say, we know that's what the boilerplate RFQ from the forms-based code
That's-
says,
yeah.
but I'd really suggest you do this. Yeah, yeah.
Well, the note that I just made in that respect is to pare this section back and to examine the word choices, to use more shoulds, mays, and coulds.
Be less specific, like, there's somewhere it says 3 meetings. We don't really know how many meetings are gonna be necessary, do
The
we?
proper amount of.
We wanna know how many they
different-
normally use and
Yeah.
think should be as
Yeah.
part of this process, so.
Yeah,
That's
no,
good.
it's very valid point. Anything else, Eric? Paul?
Yeah,
Anything else?
actually, I apologize. I read my comments on section 5 from section 4 there earlier, but it was the same thing. It was basically about the RFQ versus, and I guess the only thing about the utility capacity, I mean, area is to a large degree already developed. It already has a lot. So maybe just asking about, is utility capacity a factor that we need to take into account? Again, posing it as a question as opposed to a.
Sure. I mean, I'm not concerned about the water, sewer, gas, and electric. What I thought of is fiber, broadband.
Yeah.
In stuff like, something like that is really what cued in my mind, but.
Do
I
we
looked
have
at
enough
that-
small cell facilities?
Stop. But I thought
Flush
that
your
would
mouth
come
out.
out.
I just
Yeah,
asked.
yeah, yeah. So, Carla.
Yeah, so, I can fall in line with what people are saying. I did want to suggest maybe, some of these things were like these, tokens that were like, that are coming up that we don't want to put into the qualifications or the scope of work, because it's narrowing things down and it's sort of pinning ourselves into a corner, but they're still meaningful to us, one being the suburban setting, one being the multimodal, one being the proposed growth. There was one on the previous page too, from the planning commission.
Legal.
Environmentally challenging locations, that was it. I think some of that, and correct me if I'm wrong again, can be mentioned in the background. And that way, again, it's on them to read through thoroughly what we're offering them as what is important to us.
Yeah, we're giving them a glimpse.
The
Yeah.
categories, like I said.
And then we can see, like, okay, are they just hanging their hat on this one thing, but, or are they really looking at what we're dealing with here?
The one from the previous page would be under qualifications, and I wasn't necessarily suggesting we pare down the qualifications part.
Oh, no,
No.
the only one I'm talking about is the environmentally sensitive, was another piece that stuck out to me as like what I'm calling token, like something that defines what we're dealing with here, but not entirely, like a piece of it, right? Something that can easily come out, I think, in our background paragraphs.
But that showed up under qualifications, and we could leave that in the qualifications, experience working in those without you could pare down the stuff we're talking about, but.
Or as I think what Carla is suggesting is just kind of fold that into our background statement that we have here on section
yeah,
3.
that's
We
better.
can kind of fold those in. Isn't that what you're
That's
suggesting?
I'm sorry that I didn't somehow say that.
Yeah, just
but
fold
that's
those
what I
in
thought I
more
said.
to the background, be sure that we
Thanks.
hit upon some of those points that
Sure. Are important to us.
are really important and are very relevant to this particular area that we're dealing with.
Yep.
And maybe capture those there, so, I mean, it becomes a prego, it's in there, and it's up to the respondent to
Pick that up and
pick
incorporate.
it up and explore what that means or to understand what
That's a
that
good
means.
suggestion.
It's a test, it's almost a test to see, are you paying attention?
Did you read this?
Well,
Yes.
I've only done a couple RFPs now in my time on council, and that is one thing that like I'm constantly like,
yeah,
did you even look?
And that's very true. It happens with RFPs, but it happens even more sometimes with RFQs.
And it keeps it from getting bogged.
Yep. Anything else? Dustin?
I don't have any for this second.
Excellent. Lindsay, next.
Okay, then finally, the evaluation of submittals. Do you agree with the structure of the evaluation committee? Do you think the criteria is sufficient for the evaluation of the submittals? And is the point system appropriately weighted? So explain criteria to further clarify. Some of the planning commission members, they thought the whole system in scoring could either be red or green, or one could be, 10 or 0. It was just, one person, saying, they were similar things, but.
Like, why would this be 30 and this be 15?
Make them all
Is that,
20 years.
The presenter mentioned that he reserved the right to change that as he gets into this. As I'm not sure he's sticking to that as the hiring criteria, or I sense that he was offering a way to do it, but he wasn't really sure how it was gonna go.
You gotta have a starting point.
So,
Yeah, that was
so if it's got a 30, I could basically say I'm gonna score it anywhere between 0 and 30.
Yeah.
I could say, oh, I want a 20. If I could just jump in, I recommend you shrink that scale. Make it to like 10 or something, or 15, or maybe, maybe 5 to 10.
you're not dealing
right?
with like,
Yeah.
0.2.
It doesn't have to
That's what I would
add
do.
up, right? If we know that the max score is 20, then we know the max score is 20.
It's almost like, in my mind, you swipe to the right or swipe to the left. We're looking at what they sent, this is a definite left, this one's a right, because you're going to find out all that when you get into the RFP. And that's, I think, in some ways, you're just doing a triage here of who you want to talk to more. That was my point about bringing it yesterday. We start scoring that like
Sure.
that. I'm not sure you're
Sure.
accomplishing much.
Paul?
You can go completely binary, either, gating, right? Essentially, do you pass, do you pass, do you pass, and you're gonna weed people out? Or do you give yourself enough latitude that you really pick the one that you want, that really does have the greatest quality? And I think striking that balance in there, and I think just putting the categories, experience, expertise, approach, understanding, and overall quality. Make them all 20, and, that, or 5, or whatever, and you're just
Score
gonna.
100.
Yeah, you know what, I think simplifying it and not getting too in the weeds with it is fine. If one of them doesn't pass the gate, it gets a 0, and it probably knocks them out.
As an English ed major, I'm a big rubric fan, so I can handle whatever.
I know the
number you throw
presenter
at
is a
me.
big rubric fan too, so.
But no, I'm comfortable with it. You know, you can, it's fine.
Okay, Carla?
Nothing.
Yeah, Dustin?
No, I jumped ahead,
Just,
sorry.
yeah, just
Nothing
what you
additional.
suggested.
Did Eric weigh in?
Not yet.
No, you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Well,
I'm just going to lengthen this discussion because, go ahead.
I was,
Are we going to say the same thing?
maybe, there's only, listen, what's gonna happen is, my experience, for whatever that's worth, okay? And maybe this is where Eric was going as well. All right, we're going to review these proposals before we talk to anyone, okay? And we're already going to, I mean, we're not going to bring somebody in here that isn't going to check the box with overall expertise, the overall experience, or where you're going to have the variations are going to be in the approach and primarily in the understanding of the context and the application.
How it aligns.
Okay, so if, to me, you could have, as Paul suggested, the binary, either you do or you don't pass muster in the first couple of these. But if you're gonna score, where I think you should put the scoring values, or the most emphasis on the scoring values is on the approach and on the understanding.
I thought the understanding as well, I felt the understanding was significantly low for what we're asking. Not significantly, it was just surprising that it was half the 30.
Way.
And again, I hear what you're saying, Adam, in that, right, we're not gonna bring anybody in who doesn't like, yep. And I do think actually, honestly, some really good conversation can come out of the team when your numbers are off by just a little bit, and it pulls out some of that meaning of what you saw when you reviewed it. And maybe that's worth something, maybe it's not, I don't know.
Well, I think the committee should determine its weighting, I think. I mean, we could give the structure and say you're gonna determine it this way, but the committee should be, the evaluation committee should weight things the way the evaluate, that's why you're making an evaluation committee. They're the ones doing it.
So maybe offer the criteria, but
Yeah.
not
The
put
weights,
weights to it?
Yeah, not the weights.
but the
maybe.
total,
a thought.
keep the total,
And without further ado,
lengthen it, let's go.
Oh, I've done too many of these. First of all, there's going to be a requirement, we've noted a number of things that have to be included in the submission, right? Format. And if any one of these 7 things are not included, then the submission is considered incomplete and we're not even going to score it, correct?
I mean, if it doesn't meet everything in here.
I just want to make sure, because it doesn't say that in here, but that's assumed. If there's no sample document or sample contract, that submission doesn't make it to the pile that gets reviewed. Okay, so you have that cutoff right there, that happens outside of any subjective judgment. So if we're worried about people missing documents, it doesn't matter, because we're not going to rate their proposal. Just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't see us sending them your scorecard. That's the point. You haven't been selected.
No, we don't score them, period. If we're saying this has to be in the document,
There you go, that's it.
it gets
it's
set in
go,
a
no
different
go.
file,
Yeah.
right?
It's go, no go.
That's the gating that I was talking
Yeah.
about
All
earlier.
right. Okay, and if it doesn't come in by the deadline, it doesn't get scored.
Right.
So we get to the score. Honestly, I like the score, the way it's set up, and the one thing I would say is, to Carla's point, understanding a form-based code in need is really covered under the first one that says relevant experience.
There's some overlap, yes.
So if you want to weight that more, then take that first one and make it 45 points. And the reason I like the large numbers, and the reason I like the fact that you can score anywhere between 30 and 0 in there, is there's a lot of stuff in some of those big categories that need to be considered. there might be a dozen areas that we're asking for. And some may do really well in half of them, and some may do really well in a quarter of them, so their score should be reflective of that. And if you just give everybody a pass-fail and they get all the same amount of points, you're gonna probably end up with a bunch of tie scores. And this won't really matter if we only get 2 RFQs, because we're gonna probably interview both of them anyways.
That
But
would
if you
mention-
get a dozen
might
of
only
them,
get one.
you're gonna be looking for some way to separate the wheat from the chaff. And unless you're willing to score these and give somebody an 18 out of 30 and somebody a 23 out of 30, it's gonna be hard to find separation.
Some of it depend on how many we get back.
Yes,
I
this-
just want to also say, eventually, we're going to look at the composition of this committee. That's where I became very comfortable with this. As soon as I saw that composition, I said, okay, this is going to work. I could tell you're going to have people sitting on this committee, so.
I mean, I've been involved in these where we get 12 or 15. And if we had all pass-fails, we'd have a bunch of tie scores. And I think there's a big difference between some of these big categories like experience and expertise that account for 60% of that. I don't see, a bunch of them getting 60s and a bunch getting zeros. I just think that's a cop-out. I think we want to make it easy. I think that's not a place to make it easy.
But do we need to include the point values in our RFQ though for them? I mean, this is a tool for us, really, for the evaluation committee. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh,
See what I'm saying? Like, does that really need to be in the RFQ?
well, it generally is included in all of the RFPs and RFQs I've always been involved in, because as a public entity, and I think we might fall under the same criteria, College Township, if someone wants to file a protest or someone wants to know, they can actually request the individual scores from all of these. So I think it's incumbent upon us to let them know how we're gonna score
Okay.
up front.
So we don't come back and say, oh, we scored everything 0, but that one, and that's
I've
why
never
we picked our
worked
brother's
on one of these
firm.
where we
Like,
didn't.
worst case scenario, yeah, backdoor.
So it has to be disclosed.
Do you ever leave a little bit, and this goes back to the wills versus mays, or,
It also helps
Substantially.
them understand where they need to focus their responses.
Well, so the point assignments, that if you're gonna have points, it's very relevant to make sure that the point where you're emphasizing with points emphasizes
want.
what you want.
What you want.
I'm a big believer, you get what you advertise for, or get you what you ask for, and if you don't ask the right
It
questions,
just
you're not
makes
gonna
it
get the
more
right answer.
upfront and above board.
No. The only thing I put on there is, I always like wiggle room. It says that the evaluation committee will utilize the following criteria and everything. Let's say somebody comes forward with a substantive reason of why we should be, minor tweak in the numbers
You
and
mean
stuff.
somebody who's responding?
No, a member of the evaluation committee, per
It's
se.
too late then.
Yeah.
But if you score enough people that the top 3 or 4 meet the interview process, then you have a lot
It
more
may be
wiggle
different
room once you get into
criteria.
interview.
Sure,
You're
sure.
really just using this as a cutoff.
This is step one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other.
I think that's the key. Like I said, I like wiggle room wherever possible, and so when you're using wills, and shalls, and all that kind of stuff, that paints you in the corners, so, but, again, this being first step, I don't think it's as critical and everything, and I'm comfortable with what is presented. I think setting expectations is always a good thing, so.
I'm certainly open to adjusting the numbers as Adam suggested and calling out form-based code maybe under relevant experience, especially as it applies to that, and
Sure.
then bumping that number up.
Can I suggest maybe that Adam and staff take a look at those and reevaluate, if they feel there's some good tweaking going up in there?
Yeah, no, we can certainly do that. I don't think what is gonna be coming back will necessarily be big swings, big changes.
No.
I mean, we're still gonna work off 100.
Yep.
example, maybe the overall expertise drops to 25, as does the overall experience, and then maybe that gives you a little bit more that you can emphasize one of the remaining categories, for example. That might be an approach to take. But I think it still meets the same.
Well, and I think you're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. The next, what I'm reading is that
I
this
still
is gonna
say
come
0
back.
to 100 scale is way too big. You could go 0 to 10 and get the same outcome. You really could. 0 to 20.
Leave
It's so much
quality,
math you want to do. I mean, go ahead. I mean, you know, if it flushes out nuance, it flushes it out, go for it. But I mean, whatever, go ahead.
It really depends on the submissions you get back, and that's.
if we get 2 submissions back, a lot of this doesn't really make that much difference.
Right, but if you're looking at 7, then yeah, you're starting to like pull out different nuances. Oh, this one had, you know, and you're starting to. I'm a fan of the 100. I mean, I don't know.
Well, let's just firm that up. Where do you stand, 100?
Yeah, that's why I want to have flexibility to score somebody at a 27 and somebody at a 16.
Paul?
Yes, it gives you granularity. Yes.
Okay, excellent. I think that helps in your discussions, so that you're gonna, you know.
Leave
Right.
10 points in there for quality of submission, though.
Okay,
It's a sore subject with me.
okay, fair enough.
Well,
Oh, I agree with you completely.
I'd even go higher, but that's.
Yeah,
10 is
yeah.
kind of the industry standard.
Yeah, I agree completely.
It reflects a lot on what you're gonna get
Yes,
down the road.
professionalism.
Yeah, that's,
All of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I agree completely.
that's a good point.
Lindsay?
That's it.
Woo! Oh, sorry. So,
That's not actually it. That was NB1.
right.
Yes, that's it for me.
No, I knew. Progress through 1 or 2. Now, just to confirm, as Dustin did, he brought forward from his own review, not using the planning commission's format as a review. Are there any other comments on it? And I don't know where I'm at. Dustin, you started, you got yours. Eric, anything else on the overall? Paul, anything else on anything
I've
else
said
that we didn't
enough.
cover?
Good.
Excellent.
It's coming back.
It's coming back.
Yep.
Okay. No, great stuff. Wow.
I-
Wow.
No, I think the planning commission did a great job.
Yep.
I do too.
And compliments to the planning commission.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that. But I do think what we will do is we'll take the comments that we heard here tonight, had the opportunity to hear and evaluate what the PC did, and we'll just be coming back to council for final touches on this. There weren't any showstoppers. There
No.
were additions and
That's the main point.
nuances and things
Yes.
like that. So I would expect that you will see this certainly soon. So I'm expecting this to be back at our next meeting, which is June 2nd.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that council will have another round through.
Yep.
PC liaison, if it's you, William, or Zed, will be able to participate to a degree. But I think at that point then, once we have a final version, we'll be in a position for council to authorize the letting of the
I
document.
agree. Yeah, I don't think we went in any substantive different direction than planning commission was pointing us. So I think we'll do the final nuances and then get this ready to hit the street.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all. MB2, College Township Community Night at the Spikes, Mr. Brumbaugh.
Yes, we had, as you remember, last year, we had a night at the Spikes, and it was very successful, well-received, and council expressed an interest in continuing that. While that did not make it directly into the 2022 budget, we did solicit a proposal from the Spikes about something similar, and we received back a couple of options for consideration for something yet this year. Option A at a $5,000 level was for the sponsoring of the post-game fireworks for Saturday, August 20th. And by the way, that is the night. That is the night of should we choose it. That is going to be the date. And that includes the Diamond Club tickets for the game, 60 Diamond Club tickets, and then they had some sponsorship packages and some things like that. I would recommend that we look at around the $3,500 level if council is going to move forward with this, because I don't know that there's a lot of value to us in the season-long sponsorship package, which is that half-page Spikes ad, some of those kinds of things. So I think we could still do the presenting of the post-game fireworks and the tickets for council and staff.
Okay. And another, yeah, okay. So we have two options presented to us, and that's what we'll go. And the other thing, we'll just go around the horn and get a lean A or B, but also, if you would, is this something that we want to consider for every year? And as such, so that we can inform staff so they can put a line item in the budget and everything. So if there's a lean on that, I'd appreciate it if you could share that. Paul, just because I'm going to stick you first.
No, that's good. I actually have a question. Is part of this that College Township residents will also get a discount to that particular game? That wasn't clear to me.
Yes, that
That's
wasn't mentioned,
good.
but that is part of it.
Okay, good. I do think last year was very successful. I think it was a great opportunity for us to get out, talk with a lot of people. I think it gave us some really good visibility. I would very much be in favor of considering this as a regular line item. I did have one question about the alternative for the $5,000 package, where it says you get two 30-second radio ads. Is that like in-game announcements? Do they change every week? Because the reason I'm asking this is because if it's something that's modifiable going forward, we have events and things that are happening in the township that we could potentially drive people to. I'm thinking about the Lamont Village Green concert series. Like, you could announce that kind of a thing, or the Bowl Mansion has something, or it wouldn't necessarily be the township, but it might be something that we would want to help people make aware of. So if it was something like that, I would very much be more in favor of the 5,000 as opposed to the 3,500.
Yeah, that would be great, Jen, if you're able to do that. That's a great question, and we'll have to get that clarification, but,
Yeah.
it's a good point.
If it was just, hey, we're College Township, we're a sponsor, yeah, not so much, but.
College Township, we're great.
Well, we are, and we have tablecloths. So this year, we are ready.
Or flags.
We could have a flag too. Maybe that's where the other 1,500 should go, is we could get, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm done,
Nope,
but
good.
those were my questions.
Carlos?
Actually, that's really close to what I thought about when I saw also the radio spots. I was actually thinking more the things that we do try to advertise in our newsletters and with our, whatever.
Our blasts.
Website. Yeah, thanks. So I wasn't thinking like our affiliates, but I too was like, I wonder if, after, of course, the Spring Creek Park Master Plan meeting, I thought, wouldn't it be great if we could have just had a little 30-second blast about just what's going on in the township, whether or not that's worth $1,500 to the taxpayers, I don't know, but getting the question answered would at least help us figure that out.
I'm kind of assuming it would be the same 30-second ad
Yeah.
run twice during every game, since it's the same ad in this program every single time. It's just,
The reason
They'll work with you.
would they, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
you can't change it every game or something like that, but you could,
Okay.
they'll.
Right, like,
Sometimes
or
they
like
announce
College Township reminds you to get your trash out at 6 a.m.
That's right, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's.
They'll love that.
I think
You
we should
can
just
do
start an
voiceover.
AM
You can
radio
do the
station
voiceover.
and have
Yeah.
Adam's voice on it, just continually having announcements.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Dustin?
I honestly, I was thinking the same line of thought with everybody was that the radio ad spiked my interest. So that would be the only reason I would consider, option A is for that. Otherwise, I would lean to the 3,500 option B. And yes, keep it up.
Yeah,
It's an
the ad
excellent
in the
community
game day, I
outreach.
think, is out.
I'm sorry?
The ad in the game day is not moving any needles, so. Eric, I think
I agree with everything everybody said with Adam's suggestion. I had the same question about 30-second ads. One thing I would add to that is, we're talking about people listening to the game on the radio.
Yeah.
Right? If they're not willing to work with us, would there be any value in asking for some of those to be instead 30-second scoreboard ads? The reason I bring this up
You're
is,
in College Township.
would our audience, would there be more value in getting the message out to the audience that's at the Spikes game that night versus people from God knows where who are listening to it
Sure.
on the radio? Just a thought.
No,
'Cause
actually.
we used to do that at CATA on specific nights,
Yep.
scoreboard ads.
So I'm just gonna throw something out, all right? I think we should authorize staff a not to exceed 5,000 and then let them go negotiate. And your point on scoreboard ads, that's an easy one for him to supplement.
As opposed to a recorded situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if it's customizable and it can be changed. They're video ads, so I suspect there'll be less customization.
Well, usually it's just a banner ad, it's not you can do,
You could do
Live
video
ad.
messages.
That's
I know
an
you
awesome
can, but I'm
actor.
just saying, I'm betting that what he's gonna throw in is a banner type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
here's your
award-winning
logo,
township
stuff like that.
manager is reminding you to put your trash out at 6 a.m.
You're president.
Our award-winning township.
You're gonna have to dress up in a bear suit.
Oh, the new guy.
Watch out
Yeah,
for
the new guy one. Yeah, we got the new guy one. Yeah, we got that.
He's automatically in the hot dog race.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. So, could you support that?
Yes.
Okay.
Do it.
Adam, do you need a motion or do you consensus or what do you need, Mike?
Actually, a motion,
Okay.
not to exceed.
Exceed, okay.
And direct staff to negotiate best possible
So moved.
deal.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. MB3, employee retirement bonus.
So moved.
Adam,
Sorry.
That's fine.
yeah?
I mean, as you know, Linda Verdorn retired after 20 years here at College Township. She served us faithfully and diligently as our receptionist. She was well-liked and did a great job for us. Upon retirement, and because employees do not automatically have access to any of their accrued sick time upon retirement, we did in 2018 create a policy that, based on the recommendation of the manager and then ultimately on the determination of council, that we could grant a portion of that accrued sick time to a deserving retiring employee. The recommendation here this evening is for Linda to receive a retirement bonus based on our formula that's in our policy. I'm not sure that the policy made it into the packet, but it was at your table this evening. We do have a formula here that was well parsed at the time, well reviewed, and basically utilizing the calculation here and Linda's overall service, she would be entitled to a retirement bonus of $3,231. I am making that recommendation to council. Council's under no obligation. It's completely and entirely at council's discretion whether or not to make these awards, but I am recommending that Linda be considered for that award this evening.
Chair, may I make the motion?
Please.
Yes, I move to authorize a bonus payment to Mrs. Linda Verdorn in an amount of $3,231 in recognition of her outstanding service to College Township over the course of her 20-plus-year career as a College Township employee, and further to direct the Township Finance Director to arrange payment from the Township's unreserved fund balance.
Do you have a motion?
Second.
We had a second. Any further discussion?
You mentioned faithfully and diligently, cheerfully,
And cheerfully.
yes.
Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We are on to staff informatives. Any questions to staff on their informatives?
Very informative.
They're very informative. Just a general note, I see two of them. One of them sent 44 letters and one of them sent 25 letters. Am I assuming that that went to all the residents in that neighborhood, of
Yes.
the two neighborhoods?
Yeah,
Okay.
these were sort of generic, this is going on in this area, so they were sent out in bulk.
Gotcha. We didn't do DNA on the doggy poop and all that, so.
Next.
Council, staff, other matters, anything?
I have one.
Paul, please.
So, May is National Bike Month. This week is Bike to Work Week. And tomorrow, May 20th, is Bike to Work Day.
Tomorrow,
So,
coffee day?
I believe it is. I just know
I gotta go to
that,
bed.
so I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. I mean, we talk a lot about multimodal transportation and pedestrian facilities and other things. May is Bike Month, this is Bike to Work Week, and tomorrow is Bike to Work Day, so if you
Where's the
can do.
station?
I do not know that.
Anybody know
I
where the
will-
station is?
It's on our website. I think we have Tricia's flyer up. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Sorry, it's
You brought me
past
the
11.
information.
I brought it up.
For
I
all
wasn't
those still
prepared.
with us,
Yeah. Thank you.
you watch it on the loop. You can do it belated.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the cause? If not, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I will second, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Great discussions.